because I'm going to invite you to open our meeting with a karakia. Or has he just disappeared? Here we go.
Ka pai, mōrena hoki nei kia koutou katoa, kia koutou hoki nei nā pau o tēnei komiti whakahaere, hei whakatū hoki nei I tā tātou nei māhere ārohe mai o tā whiwhi ki o te marākau me nā taone nui ke wainga nui. Nō reira, nā mihi nei kia koutou, kia koe hoki nei anaru, kia koutou katoa, nā pau o ia kaunihira, tēnei o kira te mihi nei kia koutou katoa, kia koe hoki te kanohi o te krauna, kia koe hone, tēnei o kira te mihi nei ia koe, o tira ki tōku nei tuahine whai anō hoki kia o koe mātere te kanohi nei kia tātou katoa nā mana whenua o tēnei mahi. Nō reira, tēnā tātou. Nō reira, ka ino I tātou. E pātō matanui tēnei o kira kia tātou nei e tēnei ata. Tukunu nei ki tēnei ino atu nei kia tātou nei mō nā mahi. Whakahirahira nei kia nai tātou nā hāpori noho nei ke wainga nui ki tēnei takiwa. Manaaki hea rā I tā tātou nei whānui e noho nei kia rātou nei o nā kāinga me nā taone anō hoki ke wainga nui. Manaaki anō hoki rā e nā whānau pani, kia rātou nei e pani ana, kia rātou nei mate kei wainga nui kia rātou, o tira kia rātou nei e mawiri ana, I roto nei I nea hohi pera. Nō reire te atua tēnei kia mātou nei ino atu, kia koe, kei raro hoki te ingoa tō maitia I ukarauti mona wā ake tonu atu, āmene, kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, thank you. So kia ora, good morning everybody and welcome to what are the next 2 days of meetings where we're deliberating on the submissions on the smart growth strategy. So following a period of public consultation and the hearing of submissions and obviously consideration of the written submissions that weren't necessarily spoken to, and following a workshop where we reviewed the information that was to be brought to this meeting, that information in the form of issues and options papers with some staff recommendations. The purpose of the workshop was to consider the information to be brought to today's meeting to ensure that we had all of the information that we needed for today's decision-making meeting and to ensure that that information was laid out in a way that was easy for us to work with and handle, that was easily understood by the panel and also by those submitters and other interested parties attending this public meeting. So the workshop was really an opportunity for us to provide feedback on the information, to ensure we had all the information in front of us that we needed to support today's decision-making meeting. The workshop was not a decision-making meeting. That's our job today and tomorrow. So it's important that the minutes reflect that. And the minutes, when we receive them tomorrow, we'll just need to make sure that that reflects correctly there. So today we will be hearing, first of all, from Craig with some introductory remarks based on his cover paper. And then we'll be hearing from the topic leads on each of the focus areas who will be presenting the key matters addressed in their issues and options paper. We will take each paper as read, with just the highlights being raised and the particular issues that were raised in submissions being raised. There'll be an opportunity for panel members to ask questions of staff on that particular topic. We'll be able to take any further advice that we need, make any remarks prior to considering the recommendations put forward by staff, and obviously either accepting those recommendations or making some changes. We've got relatively limited time over the next 2 days, so we'll need to make sure that the time is used effectively, as we do have a lot of material to get through. So today we'll be considering those issues and options papers and the recommendations in that way. Tomorrow we'll then consider some more general matters relating to the strategy, the relationship between the strategy and the implementation and funding plan. There'll be some policy considerations that we'll take into account, along with any new matters that have been raised. And we've got a couple of supplementary papers which have been tabled for the meeting today. And there may, of course, be new matters raised as we go through the issues today to be dealt with tomorrow. We'll then confirm our recommendations as a panel to the Smart Growth Leadership Group, which will be considered by that body on the 23rd of April at an extraordinary meeting specially convened for that purpose. So as we move into today, and as we move towards the closing stages of what has been a long and involved process with a significant amount of input from the community and support from staff, I'd like to thank Craig and Nicola and the Smart Growth team and all of the staff that have been working on the issues and options papers and the people that we'll hear from today for all of the work that's been done preparing for this meeting and in fact all of the work that's been done to get us to this point. So that's just some introductory remarks from me before we move into the main body of the meeting. Was there anything that any of the other panel members wanted to say before we move into the main agenda? Bill.
Thanks, Andrew. I just wanted to note that I have viewed and listened to the recording from day one for those submitters who presented when I had to leave for a medical appointment. So I just wanted to have that noted that I have listened to their submissions.
So if we can note that in the minutes of this meeting, that would be good. And that, of course, Bill, means that you've had exactly the same experience that those of us that were in the room. You've got the same information that the rest of us have.
And I've also read the minutes from the hearings for that period also.
Great. Thank you. Paula.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm just seeking some clarification from you, Craig. You have a report which contains recommendations. The IOPs contain many recommendations, and then we have Schedule 9, which I thought was going to be kind of the summary of all of the former. I have noted that within the IOPs, not all of those recommendations carry through to the Schedule 9 summary. So I'm just really wondering about that.
Yeah, I will apologise for that. There's the version of my report on the agenda doesn't reflect all of the final recommendations in the IOPs. What we will have, though, is in the decision-making after each IOP is presented on screen, all of the recommendations in the IOPs is the one source of truth. So that should clarify matters. I know there's some discrepancies. I don't think there's too many, but yep, it's a point. Acknowledge that and apologise for that. It was just yeah.
And that gives us the ability to have that table updated in real time. So if there's anything that we are doing which is different than the staff recommendations, that allows that to be picked up in the same way as well as the discrepancy that's been noted. Thank you. Any other comments before we move on? All right, so now let's move then into the overview report. So Craig, thanks for the report. If you'd like to talk us through this or provide any highlights. Thank you.
Yes, so Andrew's already talked about quite a bit of the report and some of the background information and the reason for the meeting today, so I won't repeat that. There are some items under this report. There's the notes from the workshops, and there's also the notes from the site visits that probably need to be received as part of the decision as well. The issues and options papers, we're going to work through those one by one. The idea at this stage, what I'm suggesting is that after each IOP paper is presented, that the recommendations and the reasons that are there up on screen to work through while those matters are fresh. Work through that, and then on Friday I would think go across the whole of those decisions and make sure everything's internally consistent. So I think working through progressively would be the best way to manage that. In the workshop, the panel requested some work be done on the implications and risks to the strategy arising from the recent changes in government policy changes that are signalled in the coalition agreement. We've done some work on that, identifying those felt were particularly relevant around impact on the Smartgrowth Partnership, resource management system, housing and infrastructure, funding and climate change. And we've had a look across the policy direction there. And some overall conclusion that we have reached from that is that there's no case under those changes to defer deliberations or dealing with these submissions. A number of the proposed changes are probably more opportunity than threat to the strategy. I've identified there that some stakeholders, some partners may have apprehension about some of the changes, and that could affect our decision-making processes and relationships into the future. It's something to be mindful of. We've looked at some region and local policy making issues. Plan Change 6, which is now, the decisions have been released, and I've just noted there the implications of that and the importance of the future development strategy to the implementation of Plan Change 6 into the future. In terms of the medium density residential standards plan changes, 33 and 92, identified there that those are separate processes, and the outcomes from those will need to be incorporated into the strategy however they roll out, and there's some work to come on that. The government, the coalition agreement talks about allowing an opt-out for MDRS. There's some recent announcements on that, but I'm not sure how that will play out on the ground. There's a supplementary paper. I actually don't have those in front of me. I need to get a copy, but since this report was written, there's a few issues have come up, and where some further information is deemed to be relevant. In terms of the Western Corridor Specified Development Project, where that issue is at, and our understanding is that that's on hold, held up by the Minister, waiting for some wider decisions, but others may have better information than us on that. But I'll get Nicola to speak to the detail of that as part of the FDS report, because she has some recommendations that relate to that. The MDRS plan changes already mentioned. Western Bay of Plenty District Council decided to defer a decision on their plan change, and understanding there that there's going to be some further work on that in the next few weeks, trying to resolve that matter. But again, it's a separate process to smart growth, and we need to deal with whatever outcome arises from that process. Further, some queries around the recently notified Regional Land Transport Plan, which came out for public submissions on Friday last week. And so we've done some work with the RLTP team and the TSP team just to understand the level of alignment between the smart growth strategy and that and the RLTP. And we have identified a few issues around some of the content in RLTP, not reflecting sort of latest versions, but we think that's more of a drafting issue than a substantial issue. And we're talking closely with the leads on those, on TSP and RLTP. They've been working very closely to make sure that the fundamentals of the land use pattern and transport's infrastructure are well aligned. So I'm quite confident that is the case. The recommendation there to receive that report, but also requesting us, or the Smart Growth Advisory team, to work with the RLTP to ensure that document alignment is actually followed through. Moving on to some recommended amendments to the draft strategy, and to make the point that the officer recommendations, even though there's quite a lot of information and a lot of recommendations, they don't fundamentally change the strategy, in my view. It's really maintaining the kind of fundamentals that were there. I've pointed out in my cover report what I think are the most significant recommended changes to the FDS around the allocation table and Eastern Centre and Upper Belk Road. We'll have more to say on that when Nicole is here and we talk about the FDS IOP. And related to that, an attention around compact urban form and being very clear about the intensification targets, and also confirming that Te Tumu remains a high priority growth area for the smart growth strategy. Just on that point about Te Tumu, there's also a report going, an issues and options paper going to the Tauranga City Council LTP deliberations for next week. That came out yesterday. I've had a quick look at that. It looks to be aligned with what we're saying in these IOPs. But yeah, haven't had a lot of time to get to the bottom of that. Neither is Nicole, but it might be something that Andy and you and I can pick up before we present. Other key areas of change, Te Taio environment, identified there that air quality wasn't missing as an issue, but it's definitely been highlighted as a key issue, which I think is pertinent given what's issues at the Whanganui at the present time. And then the three orders and infrastructure, the main addition there is inclusion of specific information around electricity network, which is not very well highlighted at the present time, even though it's a fundamental part of growth infrastructure. So say that the other changes are largely about explanation and clarification of what's in the document. And as already pointed out, the draft schedule in my attachment 9 is not entirely up to date, and that's due to a glitch in making sure that the latest versions are incorporated properly. So, in terms of the smart growth implementation and funding plan, and as mentioned, come back to that tomorrow, but I've highlighted here the significant actions that feature in the schedule in attachment 10. I won't read those out, though they're taken as read. Item E on the FDS, there's the inclusion of Western Corridor as a PDA. We've had some further feedback from some of the smart growth partners about whether that's appropriate, which we'll speak to when we cover the FDS. The issue is whether that should await the SDP completion, as was previously the decision. We can talk through that. The other comment I want to make around the implementation plan is that in this report it talks about approval in September 2024. In a meeting of the Smart Growth Advisory Group last week, the view was that it didn't need to wait till then. There would be enough certainty on the content of LTPs to enable that plan to be approved before the end of June. So that will come through to Smart Growth SLG in the, I think it's the June 19 meeting for approval rather than as a provisional plan to be approved in September. So we'll do some further reporting to the SLG meeting on the 21st of March on the detail of that. That was a view of the CEOs at that meeting. That could be done. Andrew's already talked through the recommendations to SLG. We'll be providing a red line version of the Smart Growth strategy, so you can easily see where the changes have occurred. and picked up the point raised in the workshop about allowing plenty of time for that agenda to be worked through, and aiming to have that out 10 working days ahead of the meeting as opposed to the usual 5. And that's been communicated to the TCC administering agency. So happy to take any questions.
So, Craig, just on that matter that you raised regarding the implementation and funding plan originally intended to be adopted in September to align with the District Council LTP, the advice that we've had and the expectation now is that there's no need to wait until then. We can approve in June. In the unlikely event that there were any changes that needed to be made, we're advised that this is unlikely that there will be. We could still make some amendments to that in September if necessary, couldn't we?
Yes, that's what would happen.
Yeah. All right, that's fine. Thank you. So that's everything from me. Are there any other questions for Craig on the report or around the matters he's presented? Paula.
Yeah, thank you. I will leave the Western Corridor et al. Until the FDS, but the matter that our chair has just raised and bringing the funding and implementation plan approval to June, how will the work that is going to be being undertaken over the next year around transport deliverability and funding, will that all be finished to tie in with this plan that's going to be approved in June?
I don't know the answer to that. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. Progress will be made, but how far that reaches, I'm not sure.
So that presumably speaks to the degree of certainty we can have in the implementation and funding plan, and possibly the degree of further amendment as things firm up if they're not already as firm as we might want them to be by June.
Just express a point of view that this is critical work in terms of the go forward. So I would like perhaps some clarification around whether that work will be in a sufficient form with sufficient certainty to give the partners confidence to approve that funding and implementation plan, because this whole transport integration and the deliverability of it is critical.
Yeah, and alongside that, if the information isn't worked up to that degree, what the implications of that would be for approving the implementation and funding plan. Thank you. Bill.
Just on the same theme, Andrew, in terms of, again, just wanting a bit more clarification on that implementation and funding plan. And again, using transport as an example, is it intended as part of that funding work that the plan will identify, for example, obviously there's a range of initiatives and projects, will it identify the funding gap as of between what's funded, what's not, and obviously the opportunity for other funding tools? Because it will be a big number, that gap.
I think the task we really need to complete is working with the TSP and the RLTP, who are both working on delivery plans of their own, and understanding which plan is doing the work to do that. And my vision of the Smartgrowth implementation plan, that it clearly identifies the TSP as the Smartgrowth transport delivery arm. They are the ones doing the work. I mean, I can't see that the advisory team to Smartgrowth can add. We need to be across it, but it's not something that we can really drive as a separate thing. That, to me, is what the TSP is fundamentally charged with doing, in delivering the outcomes framework that they've put forward.
So will they be providing that type of information? Because understanding the nature of that gap is quite critical in terms of what we do in the collective sense going forward, both in terms of how we close it, but also what the focus is in terms of what existing funding tools, and we know how limited they are, but also in terms of other initiatives in that space.
And as I understand that is getting some reality around delivery when you weigh up funding availability, network impacts, contractor capacity, all those things that impact on the ground delivery. They need to be understood to actually understand when these things will arrive.
And if I might just say, to me, it was me that raised the issue of the RLTP needing to swim like a kawai with the smart growth strategy, because they are inextricably linked. And the RLTP priority list is essentially the Western Bay list. I mean, with other projects, but lower down the priority. So they've got to be in sync, and there's got to be some real work done to get us to a position, if it's going to be by June, where everyone is quite clear on the deliverability issues, including funding. So it's a big issue as far as I'm concerned.
I was thinking of maybe that we can get someone from TSP to come tomorrow to the meeting to talk to some of those issues.
That might be good if we were able to. I think it's right that this is an area of focus. And of course, we tend to focus just on funding, affordability, but deliverability, as we know from some current projects, is an issue as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we were able to get somebody to come along tomorrow to open up this discussion a little bit further, then I think that would be a good idea. Great, thank you. Are there any other questions for Craig? No further questions. So just in terms of these recommendations, Craig, are you happy for us to deal with all of the recommendations tomorrow? Or do we need to pass recommendations 1 and 2, receiving the report and receiving the submissions before we go into formal consideration of the submissions now? Probably looking for some advice from staff on this one.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Just looking at the report.
Yes, so we've got 3 recommendations in Craig's report. The third recommendation around the content of attachment 9, we're not able to deal with as yet because that relates to discussions that we're yet to have, but we could, and particularly if your advice was that we should, deal with recommendations 1 and 2, which is receiving Craig's report, and particularly receiving the written submissions and verbal feedback.
Correct.
So we should do that now before we get into the consideration.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So I'm then very happy to move recommendations 1 and 2. Do I have a seconder for those recommendations? Matilda, thank you. So all those in favour of recommendations 1 and 2 say aye. Against, that's carried. And then recommendation 3 will carry forward to tomorrow once we've had the discussions about the changes that are detailed in attachment 9. Emily.
I'd suggest that you move the recommendation for each IOP as you move through, and then move the substantive recommendation at the end of when you've worked through each of those individual papers.
All right, so if at the end of each IOP we were to provide guidance as to what we want to end up in that final resolution that we agree tomorrow, that means that so with each IOP we'll have the presentation of the report, the highlights in the report, presentation of the recommendations, opportunity for questions, opportunity for discussion around the recommendation and any options, and then we'll provide guidance as to what the result of that discussion is, so that that then lands in that table of recommendations that Craig referred to, which we'll adopt formally tomorrow at the end of the whole session. Great, thank you. That's the process. That's great.
Just a comment, I think the table that has been prepared will replace my attachment 9.
Yeah, that's my thinking, and we need to be aware. whilst it may be that we accept all of the staff recommendations, there may be some changes that we make as we go through. So your table, Craig, even though it may be based in the beginning on attachment 9, will be a living document that will reflect the discussions that we have over the course of today and tomorrow. Thank you. All right, so if there's nothing further on this item, we can now move into the issues and options papers. And Barbara, welcome to the table. Thank you for joining us. Areas to be protected and developed carefully. So we've got 20 minutes set aside for this one. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Yes, I'm Barbara Ann Overwater from the Regional Council Spatial Planning Team. So obviously taken as read, the paper. So I'll just highlight the 3 key issues that were identified arising from the submissions. Number 1 is limiting growth and providing green corridors, sustainability and resilience. So essentially it's the extent to which the strategy has addressed balancing growth and sustainability. The second issue is constraining development in areas with natural hazard risk, and that is looking at the approach taken to identify areas to be developed carefully and any further considerations needed to address, manage and mitigate natural hazard risk. And the third issue is coastal inundation and flooding, and that's the extent to which the strategy can provide direction for coastal inundation and flooding measures. Would you like me to summarise the main submission points or just go directly to the options?
Yeah, I think we can take the submission points as read. They're in the report. If you could go straight to the options and recommendation, that would be great.
Okay, so for the first issue, limiting growth, providing green corridors, sustainability and resilience. Option 1 is just to note the submissions and make no changes. The strategy provides sufficient information and guidance in terms of sustainability and resilience. The approach that has been taken to identify the areas to protect and areas to develop carefully provides an understanding of where the future investment in land development should be avoided as well as where it may be appropriate. So essentially the strategy provides sufficient information. However, there may be an opportunity to provide further additional text to highlight the benefits of protecting ecosystems and their services and prioritising ecological health and development. So moving on to option 1B, which is a recommended option for this issue. And I set out there proposed additional text, and the first bullet is within the introduction section of the chapter, and that includes a new sentence to highlight the benefits of protecting ecosystems. That second bullet point is proposing additional text within the key challenges, and that essentially emphasises balancing growth with environmental sustainability within that paragraph. And thirdly, within this recommended option is to provide an additional case study highlighting the Kaimai Mamaku Forest Park.
Right, thank you. So shall we deal with these issues one at a time?
Get the thing up on the screen.
Yeah, I think it would. Yeah.
Through you, Chair. Barbara, did you discuss mitigating coastal inundation?
So that's issue
That's issue
3. So we're on issue 1 at the moment. We'll
Oh.
deal with them one issue at a time.
Oh, sorry.
So we'll come to that one shortly.
I thought you thought you did 1 and 2. So beg your pardon. Okay.
All right. So issue 1, limiting growth and providing green corridors, sustainability and resilience. We've got option 1B as the recommended option. Are there any questions on option B? Option 1B. Bill?
And I'm just looking at the actual wording on page 23 of our agenda. I have no issue in terms of what's proposed generally, but under Roman numeral 2, it talks about in continuing to foster economic growth and development, we'll need to ensure that natural assets continue to provide the critical resources and environmental services on which our well-being relies. It's just the word services. Whether there was
That's fine. We
a
can look
more
at that.
appropriate word. It just sounded like something that, I don't know whether it was a... yeah, I don't think it fits in, the word services fits in well with environmental, that was all. I don't have a solution right now, but...
Perhaps it could be ecological services, which is, I suppose, the way that it's usually described.
It's the word services that
right.
it...
Could I suggest the word benefits?
Yeah, happy with that?
Yep.
Yes.
Right, so with that wording change, are there any further comments on the option 1B recommendation? People are generally happy with adopting recommendation 1B, option 1B?
I think just to note on that proposed text, it does address Councillor Thompson's comment about green growth at the last workshop. So it captures the essence of green growth rather than articulating any principles, because I think there's so many different interpretations out there. Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, so I think if there's nothing else on option 1, we can consider that dealt with, and our guidance is to recommend option 1B. So issue 2, constraining development in areas with natural hazard risk.
Okay, this issue has arisen from one submitter, really, just to remind the panel. This submitter was articulating that it's critical that the strategy does not unnecessarily constrain development and land use of its sites, particularly where other alternatives are available to manage those natural hazard risks. So the options set out there are note that submission and make no changes. The strategy's approach to identifying areas to protect and areas to develop carefully is sound, and no further real sort of change is needed to that approach. Option 2B is the recommended option, which proposes additional text to remove any ambiguity around the status of the strategy. So the strategy is not an RMA plan. It provides a framework for those statutory plans. So I've proposed some additional text which essentially sets out that any site-specific consideration needs to be undertaken through those statutory plans.
Yep, so that's the additional text that's provided on pages 24 and 25. Are there any questions or comments on option 2B as a recommendation? We're comfortable with the recommendation and the wording?
Yes.
So we'll provide guidance then that we accept option 2B and the associated wording. Thank you.
Okay.
So then issue 3, mitigating coastal inundation and flooding.
Okay, so this submitter raised concern around sea level rise, rising groundwater table levels, flooding in low-lying areas, and they suggested inclusion of building restrictions for coastal areas that restrict use of low-lying or flat land. So there's two options there to address that submission. Note the submission, make no changes. Sorry, there's one option, which is note the submission, make no changes. And within the explanatory text there, I set out that it's at the city and district plan level where that sort of consideration needs to be made.
So your recommendation is simply to note the
Yes.
submission and make no changes for the reasons that you've explained. Again, is the panel comfortable with that recommendation? Are there any questions or comments that people want to make? Okay, so we accept then option 3A, which is that we simply note the submissions and we're not making any changes.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder, just a point of clarification, and I agree with the recommendation. Will the full text of the reasons be made available in our decisions and to submitters?
These are, the changes themselves, and the
Rational,
reason.
the
and
rationale.
The decision and the reason need to be made.
Thank you.
And we need to make sure that those are then translated into the document itself. We will make sure that those changes are reflected in a red line version of the strategy, so people can see, here's the list, here's what it actually looks like in the document itself.
I'm just conscious that all through this, the rationale, the reasons are very fulsome.
Yeah, absolutely,
Yeah, so, thank you.
And of course, all of these papers that we're working from today are in the public arena. However, it will be good to have all of the information in the same place for ease of understanding, rather than needing to do what we're doing, flicking backwards and forwards across different documents. That's fine.
Thank you.
All right. So that's the three options then in the areas to protect and develop carefully dealt with. Barbara, was there anything else from you that we needed to consider? That's everything?
I believe so. Yeah, that's everything.
Yep, that's great. All right. Well, thanks very much indeed for the presentation and for taking us through that. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
And that sees us running a couple of minutes early, which is great. So our next issues and options paper is Tangata Whenua, and Elva must be with us online. Is that right?
Morena koutou. Can you hear me
Morena,
clearly?
thank you.
Excellent. So I prepared some slides just because it's easier, particularly from presenting from afar. So kia ora koutou, Elva Conroy, Tupaki Advisor, Technical Advisor to Smartgrowth. So my update relates to the tangata whenua component of the strategy, and I'll take it that the issues and options report relating to this section has been read. So for this section, it covers two issues relating to partnership and participation, as well as the Maraea Centres program, and I'll speak to each issue separately. I do need to also raise a third matter that has arisen from the recent Te Maruo Kaituna River Authority meeting relating to the recognition of co-governance entities and their statutory documents within the strategy. And so I've also formulated some suggested amendments to the strategy just to address these concerns. So I'll speak to each one in turn, which includes the overview of the issues as well as the recommendations. So the first issue relates to the feedback relating to the way in which Smartgrowth enables participation within Smartgrowth processes and within the strategy. It also looks around the enabling of tangata whenua capability to have a greater voice within Smartgrowth at all levels. So within the issues and options report, I suggested two options, which was do nothing or review and improve. In both cases, it doesn't actually involve any changes to strategy content. So based on, the review of the options, my recommendation is option 1A. So that's note the submissions, make no change to strategy content, and of course, review and improve our way of working. And I think this is certainly will be demonstrated through the work that we are doing with the Combined Tangata Whenua Forum in the first instance. So Andrew, did you want discussion at this point, or would you like me to carry on?
Yes, let's work through these issue by issue. So issue 1, partnerships and participation within smart growth. I think you've explained well, and your option 1A is recommended, which is certainly a far more proactive approach that reflects work which is planned to happen in any case, which addresses these issues, whereas your option 1B obviously is a less proactive approach. Are there any questions on recommended option 1A? Are people generally comfortable with recommended option 1A? Yep, excellent. So we will be happy then to accept recommendation 1A and provide guidance that goes through into the table of recommendations that we'll consider tomorrow. Now let's move to issue 2, enabling the Moriah Centres approach.
Absolutely. So the feedback received in relation to the Moriah Centres approach to supporting our hapu, iwi and marae communities was generally supported. So the idea was, the concept was supported for a number of reasons, you know, the enabling self-determination of mana motuhake, enabling the co-location of not only just housing, but other facilities such as social and health kind of facilities. Key things for a lot of the feedback was that cool idea, but it must be implemented well. And I guess that's always the challenge. So just as a reminder of what we are planning to do across the sub-region, we're looking at tackling things, we're chunking things down, so working with the respective council forums, but also looking at working directly and clustering some of our marae committees where appropriate. And so this aligns nicely with the spatial planning work that we're wanting to undertake or support with tangata whenua, guided through the combined tangata whenua forum outcomes. And so, yeah, I think we've got a really good framework and structure that's planned for this program. And I think the key thing is making sure that the implementation and funding plan helps to support the work that we're wanting to do. And so in this case, we had one option, which was 2A. So this could actually make your decision making easy. So this is around noting the submissions, including an action within the funding and implementation plan, and then also making a minor change to transformational shift 2. This is around providing a bit more clarity around the what makes this approach special. So this is around taking that bottom up, the marae community driven approach. And I think that's something that was missing from the draft. So happy to take any questions relating to this one.
Thank you. So obviously noting option 2, making no changes to the strategy, wrapping this into the implementation plan, but then we've got this wording in red on page 36, which would be a change to transformational shift 2 within the strategy. So changed wording there. So are we comfortable with the approach set out in option 2A, and are we comfortable with the wording which is shown in red on page 36 of our agenda? Yep. All right. So we adopt option 2A, and we, along with that, make the minor change to transformational shift 2 by incorporating the wording that's shown in red on page 36. Thank you. All right, so
final
and then you've
issue.
got this third option. So
Yes.
This isn't contained within our papers. This is new material. So yeah, let's understand this and let us know what your recommendations you're putting forward or what you are asking us to do here.
Absolutely. So the Te Maru Kaitana River Authority, which is a co-governance entity established by the Tapuika Claims Settlement Act, they met last Friday. And there was actually discussion at the meeting around, I guess, concerns around the draft strategy that they didn't see themselves within the strategy, and that there was no recognition of the Kaitana River document in the strategy. So a couple of things to note is currently that this is our, I guess, main co-governance entity within the sub-region. The Kaitana River document is actually a statutory document, and it's embedded within the regional policy statement. So it's a really special document. And so I guess some of the recommendations I've come up with help to address not only these particular concerns, but actually anticipate future co-governance entities. So what I'll do, I'll show the two recommendations that I have in terms of content changes to the strategy. And I know you were there, Bill, as well, at the meeting. I don't know if you wanted to add anything else as well. Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, I was going to raise this matter, certainly when we got to the FDS, where there are submissions requesting additional land in the Eastern Corridor area. And that was given as an example at the meeting last Friday, where there hadn't appeared to be any engagement with the river authority. So I think it's a fair point to highlight, Elva, and in terms of certainly the strategy actually recognising that there is the authority and the document.
Thank you.
I'm going to come back to it when we get to the FDS.
Yep. Good. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. So something to note is we had referred to Te Maru Kaitana and the river document within our background papers and issues and options report, but what's missing is the visibility within the draft strategy. And so my two suggestions is actually adding in a new challenge, which I'll share the wording through soon, on page 63. So that's within the Tangata Whenua chapter, as well as amending a diagram on page 82. I think that's the one of the tile chapter, which just acknowledges co-governance entities and their associated documents. So my recommendations just relate to the strategy itself, and no doubt there'll be more work or connectivity needed in the future through implementation. So that's just more of that acknowledgement. Okay, so the first thing that's important to highlight is within the Tangata Whenua chapter, we talk about treaty settlements in relation to commercial redress. So this is often it's like properties that are given to post-settlement entities to develop. And so often the ones you'll see, say around Papamoa Way, they're developed into housing. So that's cool. Problem with that is that treaty settlements have two main components, for commercial redress and cultural. And so it is my recommendation that we include a specific challenge relating to cultural redress. And so what I'll do, I'll read it out because it highlights not only the co-governance entities, but also the other things that come within a cultural redress package. So my suggestion is challenge 8, recognition of cultural redress outcomes of treaty settlements. Cultural redress within a treaty settlement is intended to recognise the traditional, historical, and spiritual association of iwi with places and sites. The form of this redress can include, but is not limited to, co-governance of natural resources, e.g. Te Maru Kaitana Rural Authorities, statutory documents resulting from co-governance, statutory acknowledgement areas, return of sites, which are often Crown reserves and reserve strips, protocol agreements with Crown agencies, and place name changes. It will be essential that Smartgrowth is mindful of these arrangements to ensure that land development does not undermine the intent and integrity of the settlement. So it's got a similar form to challenge 7, but specifically references other things that we need to be mindful of. I've actually been in discussion with Dean Flavel this morning, who's the chair of Te Maru, and he really likes this suggested recommendation. And finally, the second one is there's a diagram within I think the Te Taio chapter, which talks about co-governance river documents, but it's missing a few things. And so my suggestion is actually we update that so that it refers to the Kaitana River document, the Kaitana Action Plan, as well as Ngā Paiki Mauao. So this will be a new document coming through the Tauranga Moana iwi settlement. And I think that helps to acknowledge the importance and the role of the settlement. Te Pio, I know you were going to add to this.
Mōrena Kia ora, Alva. Yes, like Bill, thank you for raising this take this morning, following on from Te Maru Kaituna. I really just wanted to let the panel know that we already have existing, besides Te Maru Kaituna. So Bill will be aware that we have Ngā Pou Tirioao, which is the individual settlement for Mawao. And so Ngā Pou Tirioao are the kaitiaki of Mawao that sit on a committee within TCC. And then the other, we have an interim committee that sits with Te Moana o Toi, Bay of Plenty Regional Council, which is the Tauranga Moana Advisory Committee, which is the interim committee containing all three council partners around the Tauranga Moana framework, which is another settlement structure that will come through in treaty settlements. It is a separate standalone piece of legislation that is sitting there waiting for the support of the collective iwi to come through. So yeah, I'm just supporting the wording that you've put up for the panel to consider, in just some context that there are already an existing relationship that came through with the return of Mawao to mana whenua, with the support and administration and management through Tauranga City Council. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. So can we go back then to the slide, Elva, which has got the wording for your new challenge 8 on page 63? Thank you. So let's just read through that and take any questions or comments on this wording, or in fact on the matter which has led to the considering of this wording as well. So are people generally comfortable with the issue as it's been raised and with the wording that has been proposed to be incorporated into the strategy as a new challenge 8 on page 63? Bill?
No, you go.
Mike?
Yes. If what Elva's presented in slides could be circulated to us, at first blush and first look, seems fine. I just want a wee bit more time before we consider it formally tomorrow, but certainly would be helpful if we could have that, those slides just emailed, or certainly in my case. Would be fine.
So suggesting that it appears that in principle we're comfortable with what's proposed, but need some more time to look at the exact wording and exactly how it fits into the document as it's currently presented. That's fine. So out of that, if we can get a printed copy of this circulated, would be good, and then we can further consider it tomorrow, depending on any other feedback that comes out of the discussion now. Paula?
Yeah, no, thank you. Like Bill, at first blush, it looks entirely reasonable. I too would like a bit further time, and I'd like any advice from our people if they have any advice to make on this. The issue that I'm a little unclear on is the extent and scope of treaty settlement outcomes. So economic, cultural, are there others? Don't know. If we could get advice on that, I'd be very, very grateful. But yeah, I just would like a little further time. I have no difficulty with the first two recommendations. I'm saying at first blush, I have no difficulty with this either, but do request a bit further time and any advice if we need it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Natalie?
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. I have no objection to this particular issue, but I am conscious that my colleagues will want a bit more time to actually have that consideration and have a discussion. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. So, yeah, time,
Kia ora, Andrew.
any advice that sits alongside as well.
Kia ora, Andrew. Te Pio here. I was just responding to Councillor Thompson's request around advice around the treaty settlements. I was just wondering whether John had a contact at Te Arawhiti who could, through Lil Anderson, who's obviously the CE for Crown Relationships. I think either Ryan, I just forget his, if I can come back to John with some suggested names of people from Te Arawhiti who could provide that advice and who are currently working on the Tauranga Moana settlements, I think it would be, I would just have to lay that conflict of interest that I'm one of the chairs of those PSGEs. I can't provide you with that advice. And so I think looking for somebody impartial through Te Arawhiti would probably be the best solution. And if I can come back to John with some of those names, Mr. Chair, I can do that shortly.
Kia ora, thank you for that offer. That's great, thank you.
Okay.
So are there any other questions or matters people wish to raise in relation to this new challenge 8?
If I could add some additional context, I think just more in terms of treaty settlements generally, because we have quite a few in place within the district and a couple more coming, is that for every settlement that comes through, there's 4 parts to it. So there's the agreed historic events and the apology, the financial redress, so that's the money side, the commercial redress, which is covered in Challenge 7, relates to often enabling economic well-being, as well as the cultural redress. So within our district, the cultural, actually both the commercial and redress outcomes are already here because we have settlement legislation. I mean, we have things like statutory acknowledgements, which impact resource consent processes and plan-making processes. All of these things are currently in place. And I think one of the main things that I guess that why this new challenge is important is because it's highlighting, I guess, the 2 core things that impact on, I guess, council processes, central government processes, and I guess wider and smart growth. And I think for us to only talk about commercial redress and not acknowledge the cultural redress could be a bit of a shortfall, I guess is the best way to say it.
All right, thank you. And again, just to be consistent with the way that other recommendations have been presented, if we were able to get the reasons for this new challenge 8 documented, so that we'd got the purpose, the reasons sitting behind that, so that there's an explanation, that would be good too. I mean, I realise this is new information which has come up as a result of discussions in the last few days, and thank you for raising it, but I'm just keen to make sure that we get consistency across the way that we're dealing with this matter in the same way as we're dealing with the other matters that have been raised earlier. So, yeah, if we can get that supporting information, if we can have more time to consider the issue and the wording, if we can get some advice, in particular, including the relationship and connection to treaty settlement matters, and then obviously we'll have the opportunity to pick this up, having had that further information, further consideration tomorrow to decide how we want to pick this up in our final recommendations, on the back of it being raised in the way that it has today. So I think that's probably as far as we can go with this one for the moment, but certainly capturing what we need in order to be able to make a decision on how we handle this tomorrow along with the other recommendations. So that's this one. And then we've got the suggested amendment to the diagram on page 82, which really is unpacking and adding to making a list that comes out of that bubble there. And again, that
Aroha.
certainly seems reasonable given the explanation. It would be good for consistency just to have that written reason or explanation there sitting behind this, just to be consistent with the other matters that we're considering. Is there anything that people want to question or raise relating to this suggested change? Are we comfortable to adopt this one, to put this one forward for adoption tomorrow based on the information that's in front of us? Yep. All right, great. So this one, we will accept the recommendation for confirmation tomorrow, but the previous one, obviously, there's that little bit more work needs to be done so that we can further consider it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Elva, was that everything that you had to present to us today? There's nothing further you wanted to raise?
Kia ora, yes, that was everything from me today. And I'll work on updating the issues and options report for the section so it covers, I guess, this new issue 3 and the recommended recommendations and reasons.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you. And certainly recognising, you know, this is work which has been done in a relatively short time, given some of these conversations have only occurred in the last few days. That's absolutely fine. All right, so in the absence of anything else from the panel, Elva, thank you very much indeed for the presentation and the work that sits behind it. Thanks very much indeed. So now we move to our next issues and options paper, our next chapter, climate resilience. Manini, welcome to the table. Thanks for joining us.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Manini Abernethy tōku ingoa, Bay of Plenty Regional Council. Apologies for that. So I've taken the issues and options paper as read, and the main themes out of the paper were 4, managed retreat, emissions reduction targets, climate resilient development, and climate change action. There has been a change in the options put forward for issue 3. Previously at the workshop, there were 4 options, and one of them was a case study, which I went away and did some work to find out if there was anything applicable, and there wasn't. So that option has now been dropped out of the paper. And also, I'll come to it when I address issue 2, but one of the options for issue 3, it actually made more sense following the recommendations to the changes to the wording to sit under issue 2. So I've made that change to the recommended option for issue 2. But it'll hopefully become clearer as we go through.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So for issue 1, the option that I have recommended is option 1B, and that is to make some minor textual changes to Key Climate Resilience Challenge 3, which is on page 74 of the strategy. And the reason for that is that although the Smart Growth strategy does allude to managed retreat as one of the climate adaptation options available to communities, it's very clear from the research and from National Adaptation Plan that any adaptation or managed retreat option should be done in consultation with community. So my recommended option just says that, just further clarifies the point that any managed retreat and adaptation options are planned and implemented alongside community. Any questions on that?
All right, so this is issue 1, managed retreat.
Yes.
So we've got the suggestion, the recommended option to amend the paragraph text of Key Climate Resilience Challenge 3 using the text which is on page 42 of our agenda. Are people comfortable with the approach and with the text? Paula?
Thank you. Question.
Yes.
You refer to anticipate the support that may be required and other equitable solutions. What are you meaning by other equitable solutions?
Is that the sentence prior, and offer equitable solutions? That's a really good question. That was actually an original text. I can find out and come back to you.
Yeah. So the word is offer equitable solutions.
Suggestion, the same question. The issue of equity has sort of come up in other parts of the strategy. And the concept sort of been put forward there is that the responses need to be appropriate to the place they're applied to, in terms of, looking at the actual issues and the necessary responses, looking at that community and its circumstances. I think that was how equity has come through in the social infrastructure chapter advice there. So it might, I think for me the same would apply wherever we use that terminology in smart growth. If we're using the term, it should be consistent in how it's looked at. I was reasonably comfortable with that explanation, that it was a sort of a place-based, nuanced delivery of something that made sense for the place.
Thanks for that, and I think I raised the issue under social infrastructure. I would be grateful if we could have a definition or an appropriate description of what we are meaning by this across the various chapters, because I think it's a little bit of a horses for courses, but we use equity and equitable, not necessarily the same concepts. So I would be grateful for further clarification and description around that per particular issue. Thank you.
So if that's something that could be picked up and brought back to us tomorrow, not just in the context of this particular recommendation, but more generally, and I guess what we're saying is that equity and equitable, there needs to be some degree of consistency in our meaning and intent there, realising that particularly in the context of equitable solutions in this regard, one size does not fit all, and it's a horses for courses approach across different hazards and different communities. So probably some thinking there needs to be done, and something brought back to us tomorrow that we could consider that just defines what we mean when we say equity or equitable. Thank you. So Bill, sorry.
Really, comment in respect of, in particular, managed retreat. Because looking through the challenges in the document, and whilst it talks about councils and communities, I'm wondering whether there should be some reference to the Crown and using managed retreat as an example in terms of that potential need for some national consistency or direction in that particular space. Because and whilst fine, it's focused in horses for courses in particular locations, but at the end of the day, it's how all that potentially joins up and the opportunity for Crown input, direction, policy direction, or whatever. It just seems conspicuous by its absence.
So are you suggesting, Bill, that we should pick that issue up with an addition to the wording that we've got in this in this option?
Whatever that may look like,
Yep.
but I just wanted to raise that it seemed to be a gap.
All right, thank you. So Marina, does that give you what you need in terms of reworking this wording to incorporate what Bill has suggested?
Yes, just on that point, there was a parliamentary inquiry into climate adaptation. I understand that that's sort of gone on hold for now, but I can definitely make reference to any future direction from central government.
If I can just comment, Chair, and from memory, that seemed to focus on putting a whole lot, if not all of the obligations and costs, for example, on local government. So, it's just having some balance of how we look at that issue.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I agree.
All right, so on that one then, rather than, I mean, I think it seems that what we're saying is we're comfortable with the approach, but there's a change needed to the wording, which would need to come back to us for approval tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
John?
Could I perhaps comment on the example of what happened in Maratā, perhaps as an example where the Crown was involved there with the regional council and the local council to facilitate the process, and could perhaps be highlighted as an example of how this has been done in the past.
All right, thank you. That's certainly helpful. Thank you. Anything further on this matter?
Nothing further.
All right, so let's wait for that one to come back to us with that amended wording tomorrow.
Yep.
And, you know, realising that there may need to be some touch points on the way, but we can discuss that when it comes back to us tomorrow. But in principle, we're comfortable with the approach. All right, so issue 2, emissions reduction targets.
Okay, thank you. So with the emissions reductions targets, the option that's been recommended is to make some textual changes. And just to go back a little bit in terms of the issue, some of the submissions had raised that there were no targets in the strategy. But the reason for that is that there are a number of local climate action plans and initiatives that have identified targets for greenhouse gas emission reductions. So it's not necessary for this strategy at the sub-regional level to identify that. However, it's more appropriate for the strategy to reference that there are these plans. And following the feedback from the initial workshop into the options, as mentioned previously, one of the options for issue 3 was to make a change to include encourage and enable emissions reductions to Growth Directive 3. So I've moved that up into the recommended option here. And in addition to adding some textual changes that provide for carpooling, park and rides, and accessibility to frequent, reliable, and innovative public transport services, recognising that transport plays a part in greenhouse gas emissions, and there's an opportunity here to to encourage alternative modes of transport to
There's
reduce
just a couple
emissions.
of suggestions by way of change to your wording here. So you've got park and rides. I think perhaps just add the word park and ride facilities maybe there instead.
Sure.
Park and ride initiatives maybe. And then public transport services, I would add the word there including, because obviously it's public transport services more generally, including along designated corridors, but not just the ones along designated corridors. So just a couple of wordsmithing comments there, just to add to the meaning. Any other comments on option 2B as recommended? Paula?
Firstly, I'm a bit confused. Have you absorbed what was option 4 into option 2? Or are we still going to be dealing with 3 and 4?
We'll still be dealing with issues 3 and 4 separately.
Okay, thank you. So the chair just mentioned designated public transport corridors. My question is, are the public transport corridors both present and intended with the FDS? Are they currently shown on maps?
I don't know that answer off by heart. Anyone else?
I think that's working. In the transport section, there is a PT map which shows those main corridors.
Main corridors.
Yeah, I don't think it shows every corridor, but it shows all the main ones that need to link. all of the growth areas.
Is there a possibility of a cross-reference for people so that they, when we're mentioning public transport corridors, they know where to go to look to see where these are and are anticipated? That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Great, thank you. So anything else on issue 2? Okay, so people are generally happy with the approach. Picking up Paula's comments and with the small amendments to the wording, we're comfortable with the recommendation option 2B. So we'll move that forward to agree that as part of tomorrow's discussion, and amend Growth Directive 3 as follows. We're comfortable with that wording as well. So that leaves us in a position to give guidance that we're happy with option 2B. So now issue 3, climate resilient development.
Okay, so with climate resilient development, previously there were 4 options, and as mentioned, it's now been reduced to 2. One of those options was to look at a case study example of a climate resilient sub-regional development. Research into that post the workshop has yielded no results, unfortunately. So that option is now being removed. To address the submissions, which were very focused on particular design considerations and issues, and a focus on acknowledging health, safety, and well-being of people, particularly vulnerable population, I thought there was an opportunity here to actually include that in the strategy, as it had not previously been included when considering climate resilient development. So the recommended option here is to amend the text of key climate resilience challenge number 9, as shown in your document before you.
All right, so again, just another suggestion as to a wording change rather than the vulnerable population, vulnerable populations.
Yep.
Any questions or comments on option 3B and the suggested wording there? Paula?
Yeah, I just notice a difference between Craig's Schedule 9 and in that before vulnerable populations, the wording was for the elderly and vulnerable populations. So what are we doing with?
We have removed elderly. Yes.
And wrapping it up within vulnerable populations.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And particularly, the word particularly, that is there to give some guidance as to priority thinking.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on option 3B? So we're generally comfortable with the approach and the wording proposed in 3B? All right, great. So we'll take that one forward. Thank you. And then issue 4, climate change action.
Okay, so this is in reference to submissions seeking a call for action in terms of climate change in the strategy. Just going back to my previous comment that there are a number of climate action plans and initiatives already within the region, and there's an opportunity here for the strategy to champion these. So my proposed recommended option 4B is to amend the paragraph text to say quite clearly that the strategy supports the implementation of the various climate action plans and initiatives for the Western Bay of Plenty.
Yep, so that's really just a statement of fact as an explainer.
Yes.
People are comfortable with that? Yep, comfortable with the wording. All right, great. So, yep, happy with that one. That's great, thank you.
And that
All
concludes
right, so
everything.
they're the 4 options. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now moving to our final presentation before we take a short break. Te Taio, our environment. And Barbara, welcome back to the table. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the Te Taio Environment Issues and Options paper. We've identified 3 issues to consider arising from the submissions. The first issue is poor air quality. Second is impact of growth on the environment. And the third is manage and protect freshwater resources.
So this is on page 55 of our agenda, just for clarity. Thank you.
Okay. So beginning with the first issue on air quality. Essentially, a number of submissions were wondering why air quality wasn't specifically mentioned in the strategy, although there is some reference. It's considered that there needs to be some additional text to address air quality in general. So option 1A under this issue, it's the only option. You may recall at the workshop I set out 2 options. They were very similar to each other, so it seemed sensible to combine into one, subsume option 1B into 1A. So just to go through that option is to propose amendment to figure 2 on page 82, which is the figure showing the variety of work programs, plans and policies, and that's to include a new environmental management circle and listing those plans, programs and actions underneath that that title. And obviously those plans and programs and statements include recognition of air quality. And secondly, to propose additional text within the key challenges section of the chapter, effect of existing activities and intensification on our environment. So that text there describes general recognition of pollutants, including air. I wanted to ensure that other pollutants were also recognised within that proposed paragraph. In addition, I note within the industrial land issues and options paper, which will be discussed later on today, that one also proposes new text recognising that there are impacts of existing industrial activities on the environment and the health and wellbeing of people. So there's a link there between the 2 sections of their strategy. And thirdly is the proposed action within the implementation and funding plan, which recognises the Smartgrowth Partnership and other government entities, along with iwi and other stakeholders, to work together to enhance the effectiveness of those environmental plans and programs. That's it.
All right, thank you. So it's clear in the further explanation on page 63 that this would see a new circle added to the diagram on page, figure 2 on page 82, with the drop-down box with the, or with the text box with the bullet points as suggested, and additional text for chapter 4. All right, are people generally comfortable with what's suggested in option 1A? Yep. Paula.
Yeah, the question I have when reading both this and the economic support of in current industry, noting, it comes to a question of weighting. And I wonder, have we got that weighting consideration? I mean, I know this is very, very high level, and what we're trying to say is, oops, we've got a bit of a conflict here between existing industry that might be adding to poor quality air. Do we give any further guidance? Do we need to give any further guidance?
I think a lot of it does flow. Yeah, a lot of it does flow from national standards, which does set limits on various pollutants and things. So, I mean, we've got to be mindful of that. That almost regardless of what we do locally, we do have to have regard to that. And the regional natural resources plan has a lot of content around that balance already. So I don't know. For me, I don't think it's necessary. Those policy documents are recognised in the strategy that there is this framework that sort of in on-ground delivery that's there anyway. I don't really know what smart growth could do to sort of shift the dial on that. I can't sort of see that working. I think the main thing for me is more about long-term land use and making sure that the relationship between industrial uses and sensitive land uses is carefully considered. Yeah.
And both of you are comfortable with that that's covered sufficiently well?
I have some views about our industrial land supply and whether it delivers, for some of those activities, but that's probably an issue for the FDS discussion and where that goes in the long term.
All right, thank you. Sorry to be a bit of a red herring, but no, that's good. Yes, I'm comfortable.
So given that discussion, you're comfortable with what's proposed here, it doesn't lead to any additions or changes? All right, thank you. So level of comfort with option 1A, where people are happy with this? All right, so option 1A, the recommend...
I'm just thinking aloud, because there's some commentary in using the word pollution. And I really wonder, I'm just posing the question, whether that's the right term or whether we talk about emissions or something like that. It potentially has lots of emotion associated with that word. So I'm just raising it. Because the other part too, I'd like us to potentially come back once, if need be, once we've talked about the industrial land, because I've got a few questions in that space that I do need some clarification on and commentary on.
Yeah, I suppose what I wanted to do with this additional text is capture everything. So emissions generally is in the air, but there are other types of pollutants that are in the water, etc. So, I mean, it's unless we specifically focus on air, but then that doesn't address the other types of pollution. So
everything will have emissions. They could be very small, they're still emissions. I think pollution is the words that the National Environmental Standards use around airsheds. So I think it is actually language that is in the realm.
We'll have voice activated ones one day. I get the same message at TCC. I think as long as it's clear, and it is in the wording here in terms of pollutants covering the ambit. So no, I accept the explanation.
okay.
Sorry. Option 1A, recommended option, comfortable to take that forward. That's fine. Thank you. So the impact of growth on the environment, issue 2.
Okay. There were a few submissions just generally raising the impact of the growth on the environment in various ways. So with this issue, I proposed 2 options to address the submissions. The first option, which is option 2A, recommended option, is a whole lot of additional text. So at the workshop, I didn't include the proposed text, but I have had a think about what would be appropriate. So the first bullet talks about providing a definition of environmental limits. That in itself has been a little bit challenging, just trying to ensure that the definition is in plain English. So I've proposed some wording there that came out of a submission that was querying what that meant. So I think it needed some clarification in the strategy. And also additional text within the key challenges, specifically addressing preserving the values of the coastal marine area, also loss and degradation of indigenous biodiversity, and finally addressing EnviroHub's submission regarding including the climate resilience principle, integrate and enhance local ecosystems and biodiversity within the other chapters integration boxes, which is sensible as well. So that text provides generally more recognition of the importance of placing priority on protecting the environment and restoring and enhancing biodiversity, and it gives a more wholesome description of the environmental challenges faced.
So that's the wording that's already in the box on page 85 in the draft, but integrating it into those other chapters.
Other challenges. It's including new challenges within, what page was that? Page 80, yeah, page 83 to 84. So 2 new challenges.
Yep.
Yep. And additional wording within one challenge, just to provide a bit more clarification. And I think there was those proposed challenges were omitted, really. They should really be captured.
Yeah. All right. Any questions or comments on this one? So we're comfortable with the recommended option 2A. Paula.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to collate. I'm looking at Roman, what am I looking at? I'm looking at the need for a coffee, but apart from that.
That's coming very soon.
So I'm looking, Barbara, at your page, at our page 65. Is the wording that you've proposed there, the wording that you've got at the end of your report in terms of recommended wording?
Sorry, I don't have the page numbers on. Which part? Sorry.
Sorry, I was referring to amend the environmental challenge natural resource limits, and then you've added some wording which reads, we need to ensure that growth is efficient in its use of natural resources, and then you go on. Can we also, how would it be if we, growth is cognizant or something of the impact on natural resources?
Right.
Is that, I don't know how that wording, you'd amend that, but it's not just, I don't think, the efficient use of natural resources, but also the impact on.
Yep. Right, I can take a look at that.
All right, thank you. So if we can pick that up for some amended wording, that could be good. So in principle with this one, we're comfortable, but with some consideration of the amended wording that's just been discussed. Thank you. So then we've got issue 3, manage and protect freshwater resources.
Yes. So we have 2 options there. The first option at 3A is the recommended option. And there was some discussion about option 3B at the last workshop regarding a proposed new growth directive, and the recommendation coming out of that workshop was to consider that at a later time, once we know the direction from central government. So I've recommended option 3A, which is providing, again, some additional text just to recognise the importance of catchments, and also describing the services of rivers and streams, and also some additional text within the environmental key challenges to again address catchments, and also recognition of Te Mana o Te Wai, which was absent from this chapter.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this one? Paula?
I just wondered, in terms of amending the blue circle and taking out NPS freshwater and inserting Te Mana o Te Wai, given the uncertainty in this space, whether we might consider just simply having national policy direction, because it is an area of uncertainty in terms of what happens to that, the Te Mana o Te Wai hierarchy, etc. I don't know, just a thought.
Taking that to that more general level, given the policy changes that are likely to be coming and we don't necessarily know quite how they'll be packaged, might make some sense. Yep. So maybe look at some changed wording there to pick up that issue. And it just makes it less specific. It just lifts it up, makes it a little bit more general. I don't think we lose anything from the discussion of the issue. It's just the wording that we use. So with that change in wording, just being that little bit less specific, we're comfortable with the approach here in option 3A. Thank you. All right, so that then is everything on this matter? Nothing
Yes,
further?
it is. Yes.
All right, great.
Thank
So,
you.
Barbara, thank you very much
Thank
indeed
you.
for the presentation and the work that sits behind it. That now, let me just check our agenda, brings us quite neatly to morning tea, which is meant to be 11:15, 11:18. Why don't we take a break until 11:25? That leaves us just a little bit behind. We'll come back at adjourn till 11:25, at which point we'll move on to transport. Thank you. please. So our next chapter is transport. We're running a little bit behind time now. And I'm also just looking at the timings on this run sheet, and something isn't working. Lunch is actually 12:30 to 1, not 12 to 12:30. So the headings on either side of the table don't add up, unfortunately. So what we're doing now is moving into a new session which has got these 3 items to take us through from what's now 11:35 to 12:30. So we're going to need to be reasonably disciplined with this. Transport is our next chapter. And who have we got? Sarah, Peter, Bron, Callum. I've got names and I don't know who to match them to. Maybe introduce yourselves and then kick straight into the chapter.
Kia ora koutou. Kia ora koutou. So my name is Sarah Dove. I'm the team leader for Transport Strategy and Infrastructure at Tauranga City Council. And I am the, I guess, the topic lead for the transport chapter. I have apologies today from my colleague Peter Semensma, who was with me in the last workshop. He's currently on leave. We do not have Regional Council or Western Bay here today directly, but they have provided input to the issues and options paper. So that's Bron Healy and Callum McLean, but I have got support here from my colleague Craig Richards. Craig, do you want to just introduce yourself?
Yeah, kia ora. Yes, Craig Richards from Becca. So yeah, as Sarah said, just here to support, but I also did help with the drafting of the transport chapter previously, so a bit about it.
Thank you. So this is transport on page 76 of the agenda, and a number of themes and issues to consider here.
I'm just going to share my screen because I've got some slides just to prompt discussion. Everybody see that? Okay, so we have 12 themes on the transport chapter, so it's fairly lengthy. We'll try and work our way through them fairly rapidly. As per the last workshop, some of them are a little more complex than others, so some of them hopefully we'll get through quite swiftly. So we received a significant amount of response on transport. It is obviously a topic close to a lot of people's hearts and minds, and so roughly half of all submissions did mention transport in some form or effect. We have tried to summarise through the themes, the key themes that came out from that, and have responded to those directly. So our first, and these are themed, we run through these themes based on feedback. So the first few had the majority of feedback, and then the ones further down the list had more, less of a response. So firstly, passenger rail. So this is probably the most complex of all the matters, and was mentioned by at least half of those that submitted on transport. We have, through working through the options, we have made the decision to progress with both option 1A and 1B. 1A being to include reference to the need for considering a sub-regional passenger rail future-proofing study, to basically to make sure that we're not going to be losing the opportunity for passenger rail moving forward in the future. This would be a long-term aspiration, as per UFD and TSP have analysed. The need for passenger rail is not current. We do not have the demand to allow for that in the current situation, but we want to make sure that we're not restraining ourselves in the future, as and when demand would arise for that, to support that. So this study would just ensure that access and land and areas that are needed for a future passenger rail situation would be looked at and regarded. The other option that was decided on progressing with is option 1B, and that's inter-regional passenger rail. So we split these two out because whilst the submissions responded to both, there was quite a strong support for considering looking at interregional passenger rail. This isn't something that Smartgrowth can do in its own right. It needs to be across regional strategic direction, but we'd like to at least leave it on the table that we as Smartgrowth and the partners within Smartgrowth could actually participate in a conversation around investigation and a potential business case moving forward. Are there any questions on these two potential?
So this is 1A and 1B. So we've got some suggested expanded wording for 1A.
Yeah, so both options, 1A and 1B, we're suggesting some additional, just minor text changes just to relate to these two items directly. It was only mentioned at a very, very high level in the current strategy, but not directly in terms of actual investigation.
So my only comment on 1A is that undertake the passenger rail future-proofing study is very specific, and I question whether that would better belong, Craig, you might have a view on this, whether it would better belong in the implementation plan than in the strategy. And I'm assuming you've given some thought to that. I'm just interested in, this is quite specific, whereas a lot of the other bullet points in the strategy are more general or at a higher level. Interested in your thinking of why this would go in the strategy rather than form part of the implementation plan.
It was more from the fact that a lot of the submissions did relate to this, and there is a real desire to understand why we're not progressing with rail in the current climate. We've explained that in our response in detail, in the IOP detail, and FD and TSP provide the context for that discussion. However, we felt as if it would be worth suggesting something a little more specific in the strategy just to show that there is the need for considering it moving forward, but not in detail at this stage. So I guess it's meeting somewhere in the middle. The actual funding of a future-proofing rail study would still need to be discussed in the implementation plan and the funding plan, because I'm fully aware, as you talked to at the very beginning in the opening session, around deliverability and TSP needing to be the kind of the key funding and deliverability component. And I'm also aware that the current draft RLTP and LTP of TCC don't have this earmarked. It's beyond the time frame of those two funding strategies at the moment. So we need to have a careful balance here between acknowledging it as an important item to be considered in the longer term, but as you said, not putting it in so much detail that locks in something specific.
John.
Yes. Thank you, Sarah. You cite, I guess one of the reasons for not prioritising the study here is essentially being a lack of demand currently for such a service. And I'm going to accept the other explanations around why rail service, passenger rail service, doesn't really seem practical. It's essentially the scale that the region lacks currently. But I guess one of the issues for me is that because there's no current service, that really negates any demand for such a service. And so I just wonder how we understand really what that lack of demand really is, whether there potentially is a demand for that service.
Yeah, Craig is going to help me out with the modelling background to this.
Yeah,
Thanks, Craig.
I was previously involved in the UFTI Inform and Transport Initiative study from a transport planning perspective, and we actually, for that study, we built a transport model. Well, we actually used the existing transport model that we have for roads and buses and everything, but we built the ability to model passenger trains or the use of passenger trains for UFTI. So it was tested as part of that at a number of stations and actually modelled the use of those trains, and it was that's where we derived and determined that the use would be fairly low, and that's mainly around I guess the land use at either end of the station. So the densities around the station where people can actually access the station were fairly low, even in the longer term, and then obviously all of those people need to travel to a destination close to their workplace, and what we have here is quite a dispersed pattern of employment. So the actual catchment, both of people accessing the station and then people travelling to a station where they can access their workplace, was quite low. And I think the conclusion of that in UFTI was to say, not to rule it out in the longer term, but you really need the land use patterns to support use of passenger rail, particularly at coming back to the connected centres part of priority stations, both of residential and of employment at the other end to get those demands. So that's the evidence base for where the demands came from.
Thank you. Anything further on this one, Paul?
Thank you. Given the wording in terms of integration with the RLTP, how do you propose that be done?
That's working in progress at the moment. We've had, as I said, initial indications from the team at regional that have been leading on the RLTP that this option 1B, the inter-regional rail passenger business case, supporting that is not currently earmarked for inclusion in the RLTP. It's just a case of it. There's still the intent and the desire there, but they just haven't got the ability to include everything in that program, and that's one of the items that's been pushed out beyond the current RLTP period. So we need to think now around not only responding to the submissions correctly, but also then considering what we can and can't do within the current planning regimes. But from a strategic context, we feel as if we need to relate to these items to make sure they're not missed in a longer term situation, and then the implementation plan will pick up that any, I guess, disconnect between timing of funding studies.
And Mr. Chair, just an observation that since the draft strategy was developed, a lot has taken place in the transport space, including a mostly prioritised list of transport projects for the Western Bay of Plenty, currently out for consultation, plus other huge transport initiatives. So I guess my question, not necessarily to staff, but to us as a panel, is given the fast evolving operating environment around transport, funding and deliverability, we need to be thinking about that and what we might be having to do or say in relation to that. So I just think that I accept that all of this is in response to a draft smart growth strategy and to the submissions received, but life has moved on considerably and we are facing probably the greatest challenge in the transport space that I've seen in the last 25 years. So it's enormous strategically, enormous from a deliverability point of view, and so at some stage we, I think, need to have a discussion around that. Thank you.
So just picking that up, is that something we could pick up for tomorrow? Maybe with Sean in the room, if he's available, where we can have more of a joined up conversation, as Paula has suggested, because there are some challenges here, and transport is one of the bigger areas that we're dealing with, and we do need to get this right.
Yeah, I think it would definitely be good to have that kind of conversation, to have Sean or others involved in that, who are, you know, across all the issues. So yeah, I need to make contact,
Yeah.
see if we can set that up. But I think, you know, that's after we've dealt with the FDS issues, industrial zone issues, I think it would be good to then come back to transport issues that flow from there.
Yep. And we've got that link to the RLTP, the draft RLTP that was sent out the other day. So we've got that we can perhaps do a deeper dive into overnight as well, so that we're prepared for that discussion tomorrow.
Can I just respond to the specific point though on this future-proofing?
Yeah.
There's already in the strategy comments around future-proofing for public transport. I mean, it could be clarified to include sort of strategic planning of routes. It kind of implies something at a lower level, and that would then give the hook for an action, which would be to undertake a study. And you know, I had a discussion with Sarah before that, you know, while there may not be funding at the moment to do this piece of work, we don't want to lose sight of it, because it seems absolutely critical to me to have this work done and some confidence around what is this thing even deliverable 50 years from now, when there may be enough people to actually support it.
Great comments, Craig. Support them wholeheartedly. Because we are looking at a strategy that goes out 50 years. And my real concern is that because there's not funding, for example, now for something, that doesn't mean that we don't have some of these medium to longer term initiatives in the strategy. It's about what is good for and appropriate for this sub-region, because government policies come and go as governments do, and the focus on funding changes also. But at the end of the day, just reminding ourselves that overall, what is appropriate and good for this sub-region in the long term. So it's making sure we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater when we get partners, whatever, talk about funding, because it's important that some clear direction and actions are well anchored in the strategy. And I've just looked up the 2013 strategy, and there are similar actions to what we're talking about now. And in fact, going back to 2007, the Regional Council actually had a rail strategy. That's probably a good example, without being unduly critical. Lots of good actions, but I'm not sure where they ended up. So it's important just to keep that long strategic view in mind as we progress, particularly in the transport area.
And that in some ways speaks to the comment I made about whether this belongs in the strategy and why, or whether it belongs in the implementation plan. Clearly it is strategic, and in the implementation plan, the implementation and funding plan, there will be a suite of actions which may be currently unfunded, but they're there in the expectation that they will be funded at some point in the future. So this actually pulls a number of these questions and discussions together. Good. All right, so in terms of the recommendations then, we've got 1A and 1B. Does that lead us to a point where does the discussion we've had lead us to a point where we're comfortable with both 1A and 1B? Because the recommendation is for both, isn't it? Yeah.
Just turn it off. Yeah, the recommendation is for both. They're quite different.
Yeah.
Quite different, yeah. And I don't think they can be just lumped together as one. We could relate to both of them through just a little more wording change directly in the strategy on page 116. It talks already at a very high level, explore the potential for new modes and service delivery models, including on-demand public transport, passenger rail and ferries, park and ride. So we could just expand on that as per Craig's suggestion around strategic planning of routes, and then put more of this information and these proposed actions in the implementation plan.
Yeah, yeah. I think that resonates with my original question. And I think, yeah, the idea that we would use the wording in the strategy as the hook for the future-proofing study probably makes sense. Craig, you're happy with that as a way forward?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the way that the strategy is constructed and the way the implementation plan is. Yeah, okay. So maybe if we can, and I mean, that keeps the intent, it just expresses it differently.
Yes, so that relates to 1A. 1B, I think, again, we can just expand slightly just to just expand on that matter as well, at a very high level still in the strategy around the intent to work with our partners on any interregional future rail
All right,
possibility.
so in principle, we're comfortable that we're suggesting a slightly different way forward as to detail. So there'll be a bit more work to be done on this. Come back to us tomorrow, picking up the comments that have been made. That would be good. Bill.
Just a further comment on that point, Andrew. Yes, it is important, in my view, to have the substance of the action or direction in the strategy. Commentary around RLTPs and LTPs, I agree, is very much, in my view, for the implementation and funding plan, because that also gets reviewed, I think, every year. But it also, which I think is helpful, it disconnects talking about budget from the substantive action. So the substantive action is there. Any discussion of what's in and what's out of the budget is in a different mechanism, which I think is helpful. Because often, as soon as there's a discussion and a no on budget, by and large, the action disappears. So it's maintaining the integrity of the direction.
Yep, absolutely agreed. All right, thank you. So no further discussion on this one. Okay, so theme 2, improve public transport.
So theme 2, improve public transport. The recommendation is that option 2A is adopted, which is to not make any changes to the strategy, as there is already reference and there is actually some budget in both the RLTP and the LTP, but there's reference to the work being done and underway already that will then feed directly into the implementation plan.
Yep. All right. People comfortable with that approach? Bill?
Just a clarification, in terms of the PT Services business case and the managed lane study, are the timeframes for that then going to be contained in the implementation and funding plan?
They're in the TSP.
Yeah, they all sit under TSP. Okay. Yeah, so they're both earmarked for finalisation and different manners around April, May, so that they will feed into the next iteration of the RLTP, for example, but at a very high level, because the output of that isn't a detailed program.
Okay. So, yeah, so that will be part of the discussion tomorrow, because I think it highlights what's where and where the disconnects are and what should be in certain documents. So, yeah.
Yep, and how the documents lean on each other, what should be where, the strategy, TSP, and the implementation of funding plan. So that'll be a good discussion for us to have tomorrow, and it's good that we've unpacked it using these examples today. All right, so we're happy then. Oh, John, sorry.
A question around the headline there, improve public transport. To me, a lot of people have a lot of different expectations about what that means. Some are concerned about frequency of service, some are concerned about reliability of service, some are concerned about time to destination, and probably a whole host of other things as well. So I'm just, I suppose, a bit apprehensive about what we're suggesting to people we are meaning by improved public transport.
It's actually all of what you just suggested. So this theme looked at all submissions that related to all ideas for how we can improve public transport. And as you said, it's not just about new services, it's about improving existing services. And to do that, you need the infrastructure to support those services, to make them reliable. So the public transport service and infrastructure business case is the main TSP project that's looking at how we best do this. And so that's why we've lent on that particular business case through this theme to move this forward.
Saying that business case will look into all those aspects as it considers what the best improvements are.
Yeah, Craig, do you want to comment on that one?
I can't comment too much more than yes, that was the scope of the business case, was to look at all options to improve public transport and determine the best option to take forward. Yeah.
Thank you. So option theme 2, recommended option 2A, comfortable taking that forward. And then theme 3, investment in transport infrastructure.
Again, we have recommended through this process that option 3A, no changes to the strategy are made at this stage. The partnership, as you are well aware, it works across boundaries and it continues to advocate for new funding opportunities, tools for central government, et cetera, so, and co-funding opportunities. So we felt as if this was reflected well enough as it currently stands in the strategy, and this will continue to be explored, not just for investment in transport infrastructure, but for all infrastructure funding opportunities through that implementation and funding plan.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Question, and I should have looked this up if I had any ability to manage technology, which I don't, but within this particular section, do we give an indication of the extent of funding and investment required over the FDS and the longer term strategy? So do we give a clear indication of the kind of investment that's going to be required for 30 years, FDS, and then beyond? So people have an idea. Have we detailed that? And forgive me, I should have looked at the strategy, but I don't know.
We haven't done directly in the strategy, but that is contained within the transport system plan, so the TSP. That's where that level of information is reflected.
And yeah, herein lies the rub. So there's no visibility to that.
There is a high-level description of key infrastructure in the FDS chapter.
High level.
Well, the idea being that the detail sits in the TSP program. That's the way we've kind of thought about it. And it was always a bit of tension between how much you put in there, because a lot of those things are prone to change on a regular basis. So you wanted to sort of have the things in there that were kind of things that might sustain for several years as opposed to changing every week. So and I think when the workshop we talk about striking that balance between what you have in the strategy and what's an implementation. And it's those things that just have that long-term continuity that we kind of guarantee.
I'm looking for a very clear nexus between this chapter and the FDS around transport infrastructure. So, yeah, because this to me is not referencing back to the FDS detail and information around that investment in infrastructure required, nor beyond, but that's not FDS. That's the 30 to 50 horizon.
So the TSP, so if I can help on that one, so the TSP sits underneath the UFD, and UFD does have that direction, has that land use transport integration. So as long as we're aligning with UFD and any changes to the FDS need to be reflected through UFD, then that should cascade down.
But my concern has always been that UFD wasn't a planning instrument. It was a program business case.
Yeah.
And it didn't go through a consultation process, but out of that has dropped a whole lot of stuff, including the TSP. And in my humble opinion, the TSP still does not have the visibility that it probably does have, given the reliance on it for recognition and implementation of these enormous infrastructure projects that are ahead of us. That, Mr. Chair, is my concern. And whether we need to be making further notation within the strategy is a question, I guess, for the panel and to be advised on. But I want that clear integration between FDS and beyond and transport really clear to the readers. And TSP, I'd love it to get a little bit of visibility, perhaps a little bit an explanation around how it evolved and what it's for.
I think it's a really good point. I think the strategy does need to explain what the strategy does and where implementation sits. And there's the TSP, there's the housing systems plan we're going to talk about later today. There's the PDAs that we deal with. That's a significant sort of implementation tool as well. There's the SDP that might come along. And there's the city deal as well. It's another implementation thing that will support smart growth delivery. So I think we need to show, we need some sort of diagram or something to explain that a lot of this work is sitting in those subsidiary kind of processes, and a lot of decisions are made there as well. And there is a limit to what smart growth is setting a long-term direction and giving directions to all those programs. But yeah, maybe that's not visible enough in it. People are looking for implementation in the strategy, and it's never going to be there. It's not set up that way. So yeah.
And understanding what the role and function of each of those parts of the system is as well, exactly. Because there really is a disconnect there. So is this something that's capable of being handled in our discussion tomorrow? That's what you've just described. Sounds like a bigger piece of work than something that we will be able to nail tomorrow.
Oh, I think we can get our heads around that tomorrow.
Okay, and so have a go at doing that tomorrow, see where we go. All right, great, thank you. Bill.
Without boring people, coming back to my earlier comment today in terms of what I see the role of the implementation and funding plan being, and that's having a good handle at the appropriate level, not just in terms of transport investment, but investment across the whole range of infrastructure and initiatives, and understanding what we collectively as a partnership of organisations fund, what we need to fund and what the gap is. Right? So I'm looking for that funding and implementation plan of actually bringing that together. Fine, there'll be a whole lot of detail in other plans, but really getting a good big picture handle on what is required for investment to successfully implement smart growth strategy across the partnership. I'm not suggesting all that details in the plan, but it's actually relying on the range of other plans that actually brings it together, because it actually is not in one place. I wouldn't have a clue in terms of I've got a good handle on some of the TCC stuff, but and that's probably variable in terms of what's required.
And, you know, given the comments around different information sitting in different places and things joining up or not in a particular way, or maybe not joining up in the strategic way that we want. If it's difficult for us to understand where some of this all comes together in the discussion we're having today, then for someone that's not as familiar with the strategy and the thinking behind it as we are, it will be a whole lot more impossible than that. So yeah, we need to be thinking as we go through this, clear understanding of the role and function of each of the parts of the system, but also thinking about how that can be explained in a way that makes sense to readers of these documents, so that people can actually engage with information that they understand, realizing that, the panel isn't the only audience for the documents that are in front of us. All right, so where does that leave us in terms of the document that we've got here? So investment in transport infrastructure. So we note the submissions, we're not making any changes, but we need to pick up Craig's point about how we get to this explainer so that people can understand where all this and how this is all intended to come together. All right, so moving on to the next one, theme 4, transport for ageing population and planning for all abilities.
So having reviewed the submissions and the discussions that we had and linking across with the other chapters on this item, it's been recommended that we adopt option 4B, which is to make some minor improvements to the text in the strategy to reflect demographic changes. I can read out to you, if you like, this proposed additional text.
I think we can take the additional text as read. Access includes, yeah.
And then the implementation plan will need to track and reflect this and determine what's needed to support, what further work's needed to support that approach.
So on page 117, paragraph 2, so that's the paragraph that starts traffic congestion is a significant issue.
It's expanding on that access theme to make sure that we are catering for all ages and abilities and changes as we grow to the demographic makeup of our city.
Mr. Chairman, can I
Yep, please do.
just ask a question? The use of the word "and abilities", would it be more appropriate to consider the use of the word "and needs"? Because I would be concerned that the word "abilities",
Yeah.
I know what you're trying to get at.
Yeah, I guess we do use the word abilities in transport planning context in terms of the ability to use a particular mode or service and catering for ability. The ability is not just it's not reflecting just a disability. It's generally an ability, whether it's someone young that isn't able to walk to school alone, or someone that's older that's struggling with a health issue, or somewhere in the middle where you maybe someone breaks their leg or what have you and is unable to travel how they usually do for a matter of months.
Convinced,
So,
thank you.
if you're happy, we'll stick with it. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And looking at your additional wording with the existing paragraph as it is in the strategy, also it all hangs together well. It seems to make sense. Are there any other comments on this one? So the recommendation is 4B and adding that additional wording into the paragraph 2 access on page 117 of the strategy. Okay, so it sounds as though we're comfortable with that recommendation. That's good. Infrastructure for walking and cycling.
This one was a fairly simple conclusion as well, through looking at the submission context and then reviewing that in relation to what we've got currently in the strategy, we deemed it acceptable to leave the strategy as is. There are many projects underway in this space already. The TSP provides the bulk of the context of that, along with additional programs such as minor safety programs. So we recommend continuing with current planned work, mindful of government changes and funding impacts.
So no change to the strategy, but noting in the implementation plan?
Yes.
Yep. Comfortable with that? Yep. All right, great. So happy with 5A. Theme 6, car parking.
Again, we're also recommending option 6A, which is also no changes to the strategy as it currently sits. We feel as if the strategy reflected the strategy, we took the submissions and the interest on giving more context and detail, and we took that and looked at the strategy and thought actually the strategy covers the intent on car parking without setting in something specific. And again, the implementation and plan will provide more specifics around linkages to specific programs of work in this space.
So this is one essentially where we're saying that each of the partners will progress their own work in this area. Smart Growth doesn't have a role to play in a more joined up approach than that. That therefore results in no change to the strategy. Bill.
Thanks, Andrew. I'm just wondering, though, in terms of whether there is some acknowledgement or commentary around car parking strategy and PT services, because they are connected.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have Tauranga City Council has a parking strategy, and that is referred to through all of business and any business case development. Western Bay don't have a strategy as such, but they do have, they've confirmed that they've got the provision to ensure that sufficient parking is provided off street, and they have they refer to the parking policy that they link to. So yeah, so we have got a parking strategy in terms of the Tauranga area that we ensure is referenced through the business case process, and that is then lent on to understand how those business cases can develop. Quite often, the way that you manage that process is through a staging process. So, for example, the recommendations of the public transport business case will have quite a heavy staging and sequencing process, and that would need to link strongly to any parking management plans, and would need to earmark that for implementation at a relevant time in that process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Anything further on this one? Okay. So does that mean that we're comfortable with 6A? No changes? Okay. Theme 7, managed lanes.
So managed lanes, the submissions on this item just were interested. Again, it talks back to the public transport issue. We put managed lanes in separately because this entails not just buses, but also T2 and T3 lanes. So opportunities not just for sharing of lanes by general traffic and buses, but also freight as well. So we are actually, because of the work that's already underway through a managed lane study and through the PTS&I business case that reflects some of the T2 and T3 componentry, we felt as if the strategy didn't need to be changed at this stage, and it allowed for those programs to develop.
So that's essentially their in the table on page 167 and on page 150. And then, yeah, the implementation budget maybe, yeah, so that would then land in the implementation plan with reference to those pages, if indeed that work was funded, or may end up in the implementation plan as an unfunded item to align with those items in the strategy. So that would be 7A, no changes to the strategy because it's already in there in those couple of areas. People are happy with that? All right, so we'll accept 7A then. Theme 8, resilience, 8A.
So resilience. So with this, we worked in conjunction with the other chapters in relation to this to make sure that we were trying to create consistency across chapters. And we looked at the submissions, and we did feel as if there was a little bit of a gap in the strategy to reflect a little bit more detail around this. So we've recommended option 8A, which is some textual changes just to clarify the importance of resilience, and then related directly to the transport network for this chapter. And then other chapters pick up the other elements of resilience. So we'd like to add reference to studies and policies that are being developed by the Smart Growth partners. We could do that at quite a high level so that any future work is encompassed in that. And then we also just we'd like to also talk to UFD a little more in terms of that connector centres, but also that it's not just about single connections of routes, it's about multiple connections between centres to provide for resiliency.
So have we got the wording for these changes? Sorry.
We've got the intent of the wording, we haven't probably got the exact wording.
Yeah, I think to be consistent with the other matters that we considered, it would be good to have the exact wording so that we can see and approve it in the same way as we have with the other chapters. So if we can have that brought to us tomorrow, assuming we're in agreement with the approach, if we can have the wording just for our approval tomorrow so that it can then be picked up in the same way as the other changed wordings that we've looked at already, that would be good. Okay, so that's 8A. Theme 9, ferries.
This was discussed at length actually in our last session. There was significant submissions on this, just like there was with the rail. However, there's been a lot of work done through UFD TSP and the regional public transport plan. And so we have aligned our decision to suggest no changes to the current strategy, allowing for future development of ferry opportunities, but not committing, definitely not in the short term, but more as a longer term potential. And it's mainly due to a decision that was made back in November by the Regional Council based on work that was undertaken to support that.
So that would leave the reference there on page 116, but wouldn't make any further changes. And then the implementation plan would pick up any further developments in this space. Yeah. Bill.
I do think, though, that there's some current thinking and work going on in this space around ferries. And I'm not part of it, but I think that might have been a subject at the Joint Public Transport Workshop yesterday, and it's certainly been a discussion that commissioners have had. So I think we just need to potentially update some of that work and thinking.
It would be good for us to be able to understand exactly what conversations are going on and what's been considered, because, you know, what we wouldn't want to do is to take a softly, reasonably well hidden on page 116 approach, if there's something that we can actually be supporting or creating a framework to support through the strategy. Paula?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a fabulous discussion yesterday. And I think one of the issues that I took away from it was we've got to distinguish between a ferry service that is currently subject to public transport funding or restraints through the PTOM, and when that vanishes off the face of the earth, what opportunities there will be for not looking through that same lens at the provision of ferry services. So I think what I'd like to see is very much a positive strategic statement about this is, we need to consider this as part of our future, particularly as a harbour city, and a harbour city and sub-region, beg your pardon. And I'd like to see a positive statement made in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, we've got in that last bullet point there, explore the potential for new modes and service delivery models, including on-demand public transport, passenger rail and ferries, park and ride. So that's there. It's whether we could lift it up with, I mean, these are all different parts of a future integrated transport model, future integrated public transport model. It's whether, in view of these discussions that are going on, whether the ferries should be highlighted to a greater degree, whether there's more that we can say or should be saying. Without knowing the detail of the conversations that are happening and what's likely to happen next, it becomes difficult to know. I don't know whether there are conversations that could be had between now and tomorrow that might result in consideration of whether this recommendation still stands in that context, or whether we could or should be looking at something different.
I better just clarify, having just now got my brain engaged, that the discussion yesterday occurred with the public excluded. So please regard comments. I hope I didn't give any detail of those discussions other than to say it was positive, and that it needs to have regard to the changing operating environment in terms of the PTOM model. So apologies, Mr. Chair.
I guess what I'm saying is if there's a bigger conversation going on about ferries as a realistic form of public transport, I would want us to be more aspirational than just one word in a list, if indeed there is something that we should be thinking about or relying on there. I wonder whether there's a need for some conversation to occur between now and tomorrow with a view to thinking, in light of those joined up conversations, whether there's something should be done to change this, or whether we think it's appropriate the way it is.
Yeah, okay. I'll see if I can instigate a little more clarity on that. The direction I've been given from regional is around the decision that was made in November to not further investigate at this current moment in time, based on the outcome of that investigation and the cost, the huge cost. So,
all right. So it may well be on further conversation or investigation, you may well come back to us and say, our original advice still stands, this recommendation still stands. I'm just keen that we can say that confidently in light of other conversations that may or may not be going on at the moment.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. I think as a minimum, if we're not able to change, or if we're not able to embellish the strategy in this context right now, we can still do so through the implementation plan. So
regardless of the outcome of any conversations that you might have to fill the gaps in the conversation that we've just started, the implications of that would be for the implementation plan, not for the strategy?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, which gives us the benefit of some time, actually. Mm-hmm. All right, so that probably in that case then means that we can accept 9A, noting that ferries are mentioned in that last bullet point on page 116, but there may be something that we need to pick up using ferries in the strategy as a hook for the implementation plan.
Conversations some tweaking to the wording though, because as it stands, no further changes to be made. So I think those conversations need to occur. There might be some tweaking, bearing in mind what Paul has outlined that those conversations were in PX, but it's notwithstanding that, it's just that ability to indicate that it is a changing environment and there is potential opportunities.
All right, so in that spirit, do you want to come back to us on this tomorrow? And I guess we've canvassed, a couple of different ways forward depending on what you come back to us with after you've had those conversations. So let's leave this one open then for the moment. That's fine.
Yeah.
So theme 10, park and ride.
Back on again. Park and ride facilities. Again, some submissions on this, again, link back to the public transport conversation and opportunities for utilising other modes. As per the last discussion that we just had, we're also suggesting that no changes are made because work is progressing in this space through, for example, the PT services and the infrastructure business case, and therefore, and other discussions that are going on between local government authorities, but we didn't feel as if we needed to reflect any more detail at the strategy level, so I've suggested no changes.
Yep, that seems a reasonable way forward. Is there any questions or views on that? Comfortable? All right, great, thank you. And then theme 11, emissions and air pollution.
We have suggested some minor changes. So option 11A is to suggest some minor text changes to the strategy to better reflect some of the work that's been done in this space and link to other chapters. So we'd like to include the importance of reducing the impact of transport on air quality and emissions directly to make that statement clear. As I said, to link with the more detailed work that's done in those chapters.
All right, so again, is there some particular wording that we need to see there?
Yeah, it's in the decision recommendation, the wording. It will be to add in on pages 116 or 118. Or both.
All right. And that just needs to be joined up with the conversation that we had about air pollution earlier this morning as well. I think, clearly from your wording, it's designed to reflect that, that same discussion, so that's good. So 11A, we're comfortable adopting 11A. Yep, okay, and then on to the last one, theme 12, miscellaneous.
Yeah, miscellaneous. So I kept this in from some previous discussions. This is more about things that were non-submission related. So we've realised that since we drafted the strategy, there's been a few changes to government policies, and therefore we're recommending that we actually remove the text that refers to specific policies. A lot of them are being changed or halted as we speak, and we've not yet got line of sight on the new policies. So we'd rather than having the policies in their reference, we'd like to focus more on the objectives and the longer term objectives of those policies that won't change.
Yep, and again, that aligns with discussions that we had earlier today on other matters, where we just, rather than referring to specific programs, we're lifting up to a more general policy position, given that we know that those programs are coming to an end or been changed. But there will be some kind of policy position that we don't know as yet. Let's just lift it up so that we can take account of it.
Yeah. Okay, great. So we've just got a few tweaks that we're suggesting through that decision.
All right, that sounds good. So that brings us to the end of your transport recommendations. So thank you very much indeed for that. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right. Now let's now have a look at where we've got to, because we spent a wee bit more time on that than we intended to. We're now at 12:30, which is lunchtime. In fact, we're 4 minutes late. Craig, if we were to push rural and urban foreman centres back to the other side of lunch, would that work?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Let's.
How are you going with your availability? You all right?
Yeah, so if we were to come back at 1 o'clock for.
No
Also, are people on a timeline for lunch or?
We could do rural, that's pretty.
And urban?
All right, let's try and push these ones through then before lunch. Right, let's do that. So rural, Tracy. So this is on page 118.
Right, good afternoon. I'll just take you through briefly the four key issues that were identified in the rural chapter again. The first being ensuring the protection of rural land, in particular highly productive land. So the majority of submitters supported the approach of the rural chapter, and they sought that the current approach in relation to ensuring protection of rural land be retained. I didn't consider options for that particular issue because it was felt that there's already significant regulation in place to protect highly productive land, as identified in the IOP. And the second issue was around looking after rural communities. It was highlighted by some submitters that farmers in rural communities are an integral part of broader communities that urban communities rely on. This was noted, but it wasn't considered necessary to pursue through option analysis. Third issue that was identified was in relation to opportunities for rural residential / lifestyle living. So that was one particular submitter that noted that there needed to be more consideration of lifestyle opportunities through the strategy, and that particular matter has been dealt with through the FDS IOP. And then lastly, the fourth issue that was identified was around a more enabling approach for housing on rural properties. So some submitters raised that some of the rules for housing in the rural zone are too restrictive, in particular pointing out specific rules around 10-metre setback from boundaries in rural zones in the Western Bay Planning District Plan. One submitter noted the importance of the rural zone to preserving rural character from the protection of expanding urban communities. And where we've got to is recommending that both Western Bay and TCC consider investigating whether existing rules in the respective rural zone and lifestyle chapters are suitable for allowing additional housing on rural zone land. So in considering the themes raised in the submissions, it was just one issue that was identified, which is the enabling additional housing and minor dwellings on properties in the rural zone. Since the workshop that we had last, there hasn't been anything new that's been raised. In the workshop, you'll remember that we covered around some of the terminology being a bit more considered in terms of what is necessary in terms of infrastructure in the rural zone. So there was some discussion around the issue that you don't actually need water infrastructure always on out into rural properties, and then the positive impacts around utilising roading. And we also talked about how Whakatane District Council are working on enabling housing provisions, and that it would be good to collaborate with them in any work that TCC and Western Bay might do in this space. So in summary, option 1A is the recommended option.
All right, any questions or comments on option 1A as presented? Right. Yep, happy?
And 1B.
And 1B, no. So 1A is the recommended. Comfortable with that? Yep. Great, thank you. So that was short. Okay, great. So the next chapter then, urban form and centres, Carl.
Thanks. Kia ora. I'm Carl Luca, urban planner with Tauranga City Council, so covering the urban form and centres chapter. So I'll just run very briefly, I guess, through any changes since the workshop. So just headlining. So in relation to the submissions received, there were submissions in support. There was a number of submissions in relation to open space, a number of submissions in opposition to the urban form and centres approach, and then a number of submissions relating to commercial centres. So I'll just step very briefly through those one at a time. So in relation to those submissions received in support, the recommendation hasn't changed. So it is to note the submissions and make no changes, subject to any other changes, I guess, within that chapter and resulting from the other submissions. So happy to take any questions just generally on that. There's no changes to the previous material.
Just a comment, if I could, just to support earlier comments. Again, the TSP is looming large as a critical piece of this whole puzzle. And I do believe that once some of these submitters have an understanding of the depth of that and the extent of it, that will help matters quite considerably, because as I said before, the visibility of TSP to many is not there. But I do think it's just looming so large throughout all these submissions. It's so important. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill.
Following on from Paula, that's why I think it's important that in terms of the response to the submitters, actually goes into a bit of detail in terms of the explanations, why we're proposing the urban form as outlined in the strategy. Because listening to some of the submitters, they won't agree or not agreeing with the direction the strategy proposed. There is also a whole lot of people supporting the direction. So it's been very clear in explaining that direction and picking up Paula's comment about the TSP and any other relevant documents that actually go towards supporting that direction that is in the strategy. I think the explanation is important. And if it takes a bit longer than normal in terms of the response, in my book, that's fine.
Thank you. Any other comments on this one? All right, thank you. Open space provision?
Yes, open space. So following the workshop, there was a question around whether we felt that the commentary within the strategy adequately, promoted open space. We have gone back through the strategy and do feel that it is well captured and adequately considered. I've highlighted a number of areas where we speak directly to the provision of open space and the quality of that open space within the strategy. So there's no change to the recommendation in that regard, but we've bolstered the reasoning in that regard as well.
Indeed. And option 2B, the suggestion of a botanic garden, very specific and would be a matter for whichever partner decided to put such a thing in their LTP, for us to be making more general comments about provision of open space in general would be the right place for our strategy to be. So certainly acknowledging the comments that we've addressed that in that way. Yep, Bill.
Just a comment, and I haven't looked at whether it's actually referenced, but in terms of your report, Carl, you talk about the TCC in Western Bay have a number of strategies and policies. Does the strategy pick up, though, in terms of that sub-regional park and open space together with the regional park type arrangements? Because that's all part of a network for the Western Bay. I just couldn't quickly pick that up. May well be there, but I'm just...
Yeah, so I guess both at a local level and at a sub-regional level, there is planning for open space and particularly sports provision and so forth. And I know our planners work closely with, their counterparts within, Western Bay and Tauranga City. I was just looking, there was a reference in here to some of the wider
Yeah, it was just in
strategies
terms of whether
that
it's on the, clear on the maps or whatever, that there is already an existing network. It's just recognising that. And then over time, there may well be potential to add either to the sub-regional or regional network.
So just in that regard, one existing regional park and going out in our LTP will be a proposition for the public to comment on regional parks.
So we have got regional parks as a case study in the strategy at the moment. So to sort of highlight that as there's a case study on regional parks in the document that does sort of highlight that as an issue.
Okay, thank you. So we're comfortable with the recommendation as it stands. Opposition to the urban form and centres approach. So you're recommending no submissions and make no changes. Any further comments on that?
So I guess just taking on Councillor Thompson's comments and Commissioner Wasley's in relation to providing that further background, that further understanding around other strategies and so forth, we have bolstered the reasoning within here in terms of the background as how we've arrived at the urban form and centre strategy, picking up on previous strategies, acknowledging the engagement in the earlier strategies through those processes. And I guess listening in on some of the earlier corridor, probably just agree that the acknowledgement of some of the TSP and wider strategies within the document overall will also go some way to explaining to those who don't agree, but also supporting those who do agree with the approach. Yep.
Can I just raise another issue? And I just referencing the Mount Arataki spatial plan. And again, I should have looked this up, but I didn't. Have we got a diagram that demonstrates the number of spatial plans that have and are to be underway and how that feeds into the strategy? I mean, clearly Te Puke is another good example, but
I don't think we have a list in the strategy at the moment.
The question...
I think it talks broadly about the concept of local spatial planning. And I suppose the issue is to what extent you put that in there versus it getting out of date. I think at one point we had things in motion and which I think we actually generalised the text to avoid it becoming out of date too quickly. But
the issue...
Look, it's just having a look at the urban form map that certainly doesn't identify the Tauranga City Council spatial plans that we've been working on. I do know it was identified in UFTI, the 3 spatial plan areas in particular were overlaid on one of the UFTI maps, but I'd have to check through the balance of it.
The question...
Nicole has got can recollect offhand.
I'm just having a check in the strategy now because I do remember we have referenced local spatial planning in there.
The question I have though is so what? What's going to happen with these local spatial plans and how might they be considered by Smartgrowth in terms of any things that come out of them that are relevant and impacting or influencing the Smartgrowth spatial plan?
There is a map that has those areas, so we do have that information. It's map 19, the one that I think we're trying to get rid of, so we might have to keep it in there. And there is a narrative in there around the fact that the spatial plans take things to the next level and provide for that community input more detailed in the Smartgrowth. I think that is explained. I can't put my finger on the section, but I think I remember writing part of it.
So that's very top down.
It's saying that Smartgrowth sets the big picture, spatial plans deliver at the next level where community get involved in those more micro level discussions about how their area develops. So,
look, I think that's exactly right. And then within our spatial plans, we actually refer back up to Smart Growth strategy, so and so forth. So we're making sure we're getting alignment all through that.
Okay, thank you. And then the final one, which is more substantive, issue for commercial centres. And obviously you've got option 4B there that reflects the submissions that you refer to on the first page in the issues and options paper. And there's been certainly some discussion on this already, and I think your option 4B reflects that discussion quite well as well.
Correct, and our position doesn't change. So it remains that, the implementation plan would provide for, working with partners to prepare that commercial centres hierarchy. And probably importantly, as noted within the reasons, I guess we need to undertake that work rather than predetermining outcomes for those centres at this point.
Yep. Yep. All right. Any comments on option 4B? Okay. It reflects the issues that were raised well. So we're comfortable with option 4B? Yep. Great. Okay. Thank you very much. So that didn't take long. That's great. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. So now then, we will adjourn for lunch, 12:50. So if we were to come back at 1:15, that gives us 25 minutes and would leave us running just 15 minutes behind schedule. That's time that we should be able to make up after lunch. So let's adjourn now until 1:15 when we'll come back with Three Waters and other infrastructure. So adjourn till 1:15. Thank you. question. Three Waters and other infrastructure is our next topic. So Steve, welcome to the table. Thanks for joining us. Looking forward to looking into some of your recommendations here. Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon. Steve Hurley, Tauranga City Council. I'm in the strategy and growth team there. Here to talk about Three Waters and other infrastructure. There were three broad issues summarised in the submissions received, with issue one being Three Waters reform. There has been some change in the recent couple of weeks since I wrote the IOP, which now formalises the repeal of water reforms, and is looking to establish two further bills over the coming months, which will further focus the way that we move forward around Three Waters and infrastructure. It's probably going to be 1 to 2 years before each council is fully back into full gear around that, but it does help reinforce the option 1B around amending the text to reflect that change, which also includes updating page 122 of the strategy to remove those references to entities and replace with the new terminology of local water done well, which returns the ownership of the assets back to the local authorities. So the reasons for that is obviously because that's the new directive provided by government, and it also removes that contention around the water reforms. Any questions on that?
So in terms of a recommendation here, amend the draft text to reflect the changing status of water reform under the coalition government, which makes perfect sense. Update page 122 of the strategy to remove reference to entities and replace with local water done well references return of ownership back to local authorities. So essentially we're just reflecting that Three Waters is a thing of the past and local water done well is the way that this will be approached in the future. I'm wondering whether we just lift it up to a slightly higher level without using those labels.
Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't
a localised approach around Three Waters delivery under council ownership, or just some more general wording. And that means it transcends whatever might happen in the term of this government or not, or what further changes there might be under a new government term, depending how far we get in this one. So yeah, just lifting it up to something more general probably would be good. So if we were able to just see the wording of the update of page 122. So if we could see the actual wording so that we can approve that tomorrow, that would be good. And that's assuming, of course, that we are happy with option B as the way forward. It seems logical. Yep. All right, great, thank you. So option 2, issue 2, water supply analysis and availability.
Correct. So the option 2A was the recommended option there, which was again to provide the additional text to really reinforce the need for the ongoing investigations into alternate water supplies, but notwithstanding the immediate need to reconsent the two major water takes that supply the Tauranga district. And a lot of that can be reflected or referenced to the 30-year water strategy, so rather than necessarily repeat everything that's within that document. It gives a point of reference for any reader.
So again, it would be good to see what that wording looked like when it was put into text, how it integrates with the draft strategy that we've got there.
Yeah, I was looking to incorporate some of the wording that's already in the IOP, but also bring forward some of the executive summary out of the 30-year strategy.
Excellent. So again, if we were able to have some wording that we were able to approve, that would be great. Thank you. And issue 3, electricity generation and supply.
So again, that's updating the text that's within the report. So there's 3 updates there. That was to modify the mapping, map 15, which we've sourced the transparent information to reflect the national grid and give it that clear differentiation from the local power network. So that mapping still needs to be done, but we do have the GIS data now. The other changes were to add the MPSET to the requirements on page 47, so it achieves the equal status as the other MPSs referenced in that page. And also expanding on point 8 on page 124 to reference Transpower's Western Bay of Plenty Development Plan, which is still out and under consultation, but to give it that reference, I have sent through some additional wording to Transpower, but I don't have their entire blessing, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to provide you something to approve tomorrow. I can certainly provide what I've sent to them.
It would be good if we could, and if we couldn't get to that point, then to have the wording that you've sent to them or where it's got to. And it may well be if we can't approve that tomorrow, then there's something that we need to do later by way of another action.
Yeah, so what I've tried to help in reflection from their submission was to really reinforce the importance of the national grid and the need for it to be expanded. And that does bring some constraint to growth, whether it's timing or if it's space. Because obviously a transformer in a local sense doesn't take up much space, for a national grid transformer does. And the supply cabling and network, whether it's above ground or below ground, still occupies a lot of space, which has to be respected. Otherwise, you can't operate there. So that was just to note that additional constraint that comes to developers when looking at greenfield sensors.
All right, so on this one, if you are able to bring us either some agreed wording, if you can get there, or some proposed wording if we haven't got agreement, and then we'll need to look at how we handle that tomorrow if we don't have wording that's been agreed, so we don't actually have anything to approve. Exactly how we handle that, whether we defer approval of that to a further part of the process, or whether there's a different way we can deal with it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it tomorrow. All right. Any comments on any of these? People are happy? Yep, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next one is economic well-being and Greg Simmons. Greg, welcome to the table. Thank you for joining us. Economic well-being.
Got it all. So with the economic wellbeing chapter, there were 4 issues that really arose from 3 submitters, and there were also 4 submissions that generally opposed the strategy. So if we move to that one, which was issue 1, general opposed the strategy, there was really only one option, which was to note the submission and make no changes, as there were no comments or clarification on reasons why they opposed. Happy for me to move on?
Yep, please.
Issue 2 was one submitter asking to incorporate greater emphasis on environmental sustainability. The recommended option there was option 2A, which was continuing with the draft strategy, but noting there are clear actions to deliver a more sustainable regional economy. And the thinking here really was that the strategy already does contain strong statements regarding the importance of environmental sustainability and maintaining a competitive economy, and 2 of the 6 economic development directors actually directly address and talk to improving sustainability, environmental sustainability goals.
All right, so option 2A is making no change to the strategy, but obviously refers those matters or notes that those matters were dealt with in the implementation plan. Yep, that seems to make sense. People generally happy with that. 2A, yep, okay, good. Issue 3.
Yep, so issue 3 was just one submitter around seeking recognition of existing industrial activities in the region. And again, the recommendation there was to continue with no changes to the strategy based on keeping the focus of the strategy addressing those key economic challenges and opportunities, particularly things like changes in areas like environmental sustainability rather than a business as usual approach.
So again, it's just noting that those things will be picked up in the
implementation plan, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Sorry, just a question. Greg, you just mentioned in your explanation there that the actions would include environmental enhancement or sustainability. That wording doesn't appear in...
So that was a part of that was an example really in terms of reason for the recommendation. So just clarifying that what I've basically said is that it, as a reason for suggesting that we make no change in that to the strategy based on that submission, it was that we want to keep the strategy focused on things that will be done differently, or areas in which there are significant opportunities and challenges, such as that focus on environmental sustainability. Yeah. Issue number 4.
Hold on.
Yep.
Are we going to discuss that number 3?
Yeah, no, we can, certainly. Yep.
Yeah, well, I kind of favour not just limiting the wording to provision for economic and housing growth, but that recognition of the wider environmental responsibility, which is kind of a mix of 3A and 3B.
Yep. So that the environmental sustainability is quite strong in the strategy and in several of the environmental objectives. This issue actually didn't address, wasn't about environmental sustainability. Yeah, is what I'd say. So there are other levers. Yeah.
And I guess, and if you don't forgive me, but this is going to come to an issue around trade-off decisions. And I can't, I'm getting myself a bit hung up on how this is going to guide, lower down documents where there's going to have to be clear trade-off decisions between different strategies. I'm not quite sure how that's going to work. Have a Macintoshes. Doesn't matter. I'll come back to it.
Is there something that we need to pick up there, though?
No, but we continually highlight the fact that this is very, very high level, setting very high level strategy, which is not of a legislative nature. But when formulating those other bits and pieces that are of a legislative or regulatory nature, which guide other decisions, then it appears to me there may well be some strategies that appear to be in conflict. And it's a question of weighing up the trade-offs between those. I don't know how that's going to happen, and I don't know whether any thought's been given to it.
I suppose there's that conversation about environmental limits, and that came up with the definition this morning, and you can't trade off below that. It sort of sets a minimum and operate above. So business can operate, but it can't. Strategically, you wouldn't want to see it infringing on those bottom lines that you've set. I suppose, but those bottom lines come through all sorts of regulatory instruments, national, regional, local. So, I suppose that's the whole intent of all those standards, is to set a balance between development and protection. But the question would then be, are any of those settings do we see them as inappropriate, and do we want to do anything about it? think there are different views in the community about that, certainly around air quality at least. Yeah, it's hard to talk generalities on that. There's so many specific issues, but I think we've sort of written the strategy on the basis of there are national directives around how to deal with a lot of issues, and we've sort of given effect to those. And we say, well, as long as we're giving effect to those, and there are balancing provisions in all those as well. We look at highly productive land. There's various provisions that allow flexibility as well. So it comes down to the specifics of what you're talking about, I think. But I think as a general approach, though, we really have recognised the national standards as a given, as an assumption for what we do. And we're not suggesting a too high or too low, we're just accepting we're getting on with it. All I can say at the moment.
All right.
Any other thoughts, Craig?
Bill, yeah, go ahead.
Just following on from that discussion, Craig, do you think what you have outlined, and I think that's probably the approach that's appropriate, is that well enough outlined in the strategy in terms of where some of that trade-off decision-making will occur? Because I think there is an expectation.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot in here. I agree in terms of, for example, if there was some type of resource consenting or plan change process, there'll be a whole lot of that trade-offs contained as part of that process.
And it's difficult to sort of propose like an approach that veers away from that, because you'll end up with stakeholders, various interest groups saying that's a national direction, it's for the whole country. But in terms of what the strategy says about that, I mean, the issue that you've raised is, we've been aware of that for some time, and we did attempt to kind of explain where the sort of national policy framework comes into play and influences what we can and can't do. So that's we've endeavoured to do that, but whether that sort of transparently says this is where the weighting of issues that comes from that, we could have a look at that and see whether that's clear enough. We haven't gone for a non-standard approach. We've taken on those policy settings as our start position. Thanks.
All right, thank you. So coming back to this document, option 3A, 3B, Paula, were you happy with 3A in the end, or you were potentially talking about a hybrid 3A, 3B, or has that been set aside by the answer?
Yeah, no. Greg made me read it properly, so beg your pardon.
Okay,
I'm happy.
so you're happy with 3A,
Yes.
so we can move forward confidently with 3A. That's good. So issue 4, changes to strategy to strengthen the importance of the role in the role the sub-region has in the Upper North Island economy.
Yes, and just noting there were 2 submissions in support of the recognition of the strategy for recognising that, but we have recommended that we do make a change to the wording to further strengthen the importance of this, and that wording is obviously set out there as option 4B. The key word really that we're talking about there is the word collaborate, so that as a sub-region we collaborate with our particular Upper North Island partners.
So no change because it's adequately picked up?
No, we're suggesting that we do add that word.
Oh, sorry,
yes.
the blue 4B is
yes,
the recommended
so 4B
option.
is the recommendation, yep.
Yep, that sounds good.
Seeking some guidance, Andrew. Last year, Smartgrowth and Future-Proof, and I'll just declare I chair the Future-Proof Partnership, did some work in terms of the Hamilton to Tauranga transport network and the potential for investment and joined up conversations with government or whoever. So I'm just wondering where that potentially could fit in, given the discussion in terms of that sort of Upper North Island. Because I've got this was the plan, and certainly Future Proof signed off on that last year. So it was just, again, making sure we have that sort of Upper North Island, Bay of Plenty, Waikato focus.
Yep. And of course, that plan on the page was a transport plan, but certainly plays into the area that we're talking about here, but it was designed as a transport plan.
So I can comment on that. That comes up in the general issues and options paper. I don't know if you, it's the very last page of the. Got him.
Okay, so
it's it's not something that got picked up any formal submission, but it's a bit like a sort of other matter that's come up since the workshop. So we've put it. We've actually proposed it should be included in the introduction and context part of the strategy under the Hamilton to Tauranga corridor with the map. And we looked at the way that Future Proof has incorporated it into their plan. We've tried to mirror that, even though the framework's a little bit different. Yeah.
So that's designed to come up under other matters in a.
It's a general matter.
A general matter, but so we'll park that until we get there. That's good. Thank you. And then, so 4B, we're happy with, and then issue 5, add a source for the employment data in the chart on page 136. This seems very simple. That's where it came from, so we're just going to note it. Yeah, great. Difficult to argue with that. All right, thank you. So that's everything? Thank you very much. Okay, so next up, social infrastructure and well-being. Sonia and Rebecca. Thank you, and apologies for keeping you waiting a little while. We're running about 15 minutes behind, but thank you for your patience.
No worries, kia ora. I'm Sonia McCall from Tauranga City Council, and this is Rebecca from Western Bay. So for the social infrastructure and wellbeing chapter, we had 12 submitters, which raised 16 submission points. And at the hearings, 2 submitters also raised additional issues relating to the social infrastructure and wellbeing chapter. So we've categorised the submission points into 4 themes, which I'll briefly talk to, and then we've assessed them under 2 different issues, which Rebecca will then talk to. So the themes were planning for people, and particularly a potential uncertainty from some submitters around what's actually captured within the definition of social infrastructure within the plan, or within the strategy, sorry. The quality of urban spaces delivered in the connected centres approach, and an assumption about what that quality would be. The location and use of community centres, halls and marae, and the final theme was around the coordination of provision of community health care and education, and how that plays out in practice.
So in considering those 4 themes, we have assessed and identified 2 issues. The first issue being consistency and clarity on definition of terms when talking about social infrastructure. And under that, we have provided 2 options, the recommended option being 1A, which is to introduce a description of social infrastructure within the chapter 10, and the definition is set out on page 168 of the agenda. I want to stop there for questions on that particular issue?
Yeah, so if there are any questions on that, now's the time. You've got this additional wording that defines social infrastructure, seems very clear. Are there any questions on this? People are happy with it?
I just noticed that art and theatre infrastructure isn't included, or is it? Have I missed it?
It's not specifically called out within the definition that's been proposed there, that proposed definitions come from combining kind of the 3 main existing ones, which hasn't got that wording in it.
So art facilities museum facilities, theatre facilities, would they be social infrastructure?
Yes.
Yep. I guess it depends how far we want to go with listing all of these things.
We can add that in as an option to come back for tomorrow, though, with that additional wording if you'd like.
Yeah. We've got libraries in there, so I mean, it's a very small stretch to go from libraries to art galleries and exhibition space and theatre and so on.
Not in town, huh?
So if you are able to add that in and then bring that back to us for approval tomorrow, that would be good. Thank you. Okay, issue 2.
Issue 2 is around ensuring integration of the social infrastructure chapter strategy within the objectives and to align between chapter 10 and the other chapters within the Smart Growth strategy. So you'll see from option 2A, there are a number of different ways in which we are recommending integration between chapter 10 and the other strategy chapters, namely chapter 2, Tangata Whenua chapter, chapter 3, climate resilience, chapter 4, our environment, and chapter 6, urban form and centres. You'll see specifically in option 2A, there is a recommended option to include providing social infrastructure into the wellbeing growth directives instead of community facilities, just to be consistent in that wording terminology, as well as saying that it's provided on an equitable basis. And within the strategy, chapter 10, we have just expanded that definition, explanation around what we mean by equitable provision.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments on this one? Are we happy with what's proposed? Yep. All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much indeed. Okay, so now we come to the FDS. We've actually got through quite a lot so far today, but this FDS is also quite involved. So Nicola, welcome to the table.
I'm going to go and join Nicola because we've worked on this together.
Yeah, no, that's good. Yep.
Easier to do it that way.
Yep. All right, so we've got Nicola and Craig then presenting. So this is on page 177 of our agenda.
Just through the chair, would you like us to track through each issue or highlight the bigger ones?
I think we can take the paper as read, but if you highlight the key points, and then where there are particular recommendations, let's step through the recommendations one at a time as we have with the others.
Okay, so we'll step through each one.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Can I just flag, Chair, that when we come to Tauriko, I have a number of questions or I'm seeking clarification, and it relates also to your supplementary paper on the SDP. So just if we could allow a little bit of time for some better understanding of some things.
Sure.
That's fine. So we can get to that when we get there. But yep, thank you for highlighting that. All good.
So just to note that issue 1 were just submissions that I think there were 2 or 3 submissions that were just in general opposition. So there's no options around that. So in issue 2 on infrastructure readiness, did you want to cover that one?
Yeah, I think this really comes back to the this comes back to the conversations we've had already today about the balance between strategy and implementation and where that divide sits. So So we propose making only sort of minor changes to this, to the strategy, because it already does kind of address that point. But it's really the giving effect of that balance that has to occur when we prepare that the implementation and funding plan, principally. The only other, I suppose, substantial thing out of this issue is the inclusion of some additional requirements, commentary on electricity, and that sort of crosses over to the infrastructure paper that we've just heard about, which I thought was interesting because we've kind of covered content here and he's waiting for feedback on some work he's done. I'm not quite sure whether we probably should try and join that conversation together.
Yeah, we will.
So your suggestion, Craig, is that all of that gets diverted either to the implementation plan or to other processes?
Well, yeah, and it broadly submission seeking implementation detail in the strategy, which we've in principle don't want to do that.
Yeah.
The implementation plan is the place where that shorter term, finer grained conversation should take place. So I suppose this is a issue around that, and there are, particularly around the transport side of it and some other major infrastructure as well, there's clearly pinch points in getting things delivered, and we don't have the, and as already talked about this morning, we don't have the answers on that. That's a work on at the present time.
Yeah, okay. Comfortable with that approach? Yeah, all right, thank you.
So the maps just relates to very minor corrections. And issue 4 is just support, so there's no options there. Issue 5 on population assumptions, so that was around the different cohorts and just people wanting to, or submitters wanting that broken down further, and yeah, the different demographic groups further acknowledged. There were some questions raised around Plan Change 33, and there was also a request for a separate implementation plan for Māori housing. So what we've recommended in there is 5A, and what we've said is that further work on demographics can occur through the implementation and funding plan. It's a better place to to break that down further, especially when we start to look at things like the housing system plan and the transport system plan in terms of what those needs are, rather than trying to signal that in the strategy. And then in terms of Plan Change 33, we've just acknowledged that that's a separate process. And I think that's all for that one.
Okay, so 5A, that's clear. Bill.
In terms of the disaggregation, for the demographic, is there adequate direction, in your view, in the strategy to ensure that the partners, whoever they may be, actually do that in terms of the work they undertake and the advice they provide in the demographic space? Because over a period of time, there seems to have been reluctance to do that, particularly above the age 65 cohort and beyond.
We do have quite a bit of text in the strategy around the ageing population and the changing needs arising out of that. But yeah, happy to look at further wording if the panel thinks stronger direction around that is required.
Well, I, for one, would like to see that.
Okay, so there is some support for some expanded or firmer wording. So if you, picking those comments up, if you are able to work up something and bring it back to us tomorrow. Yep, for approval. Thank you.
Should we include there too that acknowledgement is made here of changing makeup in terms of demographics, but acknowledging that will continue to change into the future. It's not just what's changed in the past up till now, but it will continue to evolve over time. So we have to be able to, in some measure, keep up with that.
All right, so if we pick that up, bring it back tomorrow, that would be great. Thank you. Tutumu.
With Tutumu, there are no changes proposed to staging, but being clear that Tutumu is still a high priority growth area and some wording included to reflect that position. The issue primarily been around funding constraints for the delivery of infrastructure. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the day, there is an issues and options paper going to Tauranga City Council. I think Andy is the author, one of the main authors of that. And I haven't caught up with you about it since I mentioned it, but my reading of that was there was a reasonable amount of alignment between the two reports. But of course that paper's still to be deliberated on by TCC. So any comment there, Andy?
They're working?
Yep.
Good. Yeah, so the report is going to our deliberations on Monday. The recommendations, I guess, address submissions that were seeking Tutumu to be brought forward, both from a rezoning perspective and an infrastructure delivery perspective. In terms of the rezoning process, that is very active. We're looking to bring that to notification by 2026, early 2026 at the latest, hopefully earlier. Hopefully there'll be more expedient processes put in place. But the key matter is around infrastructure. So obviously decisions need to be made, but recommendations are such that, I guess, when you look at the broader, I guess, financial kind of challenges that the city has in terms of operating expenditure and capital expenditure, that the Tutumu infrastructure cannot be fully funded within the upcoming LTP period. And the recommendation, I think, has around about $320 million of Tutumu related infrastructure that would not be in the LTP period. And that doesn't mean that it can't be delivered in that period, but it would at this point, if those recommendations are accepted, require external funding to be found, not dissimilar to what we have done for the Tauriko Enabling Works project, where effectively that full project of around about $260 million is funded externally from TCC's balance sheet. So that would be the aspiration, to try and bring forward infrastructure development that way. Based on our current work, though, the scale of the infrastructure required, which is around about $650 to $700 million in total, in the process, so that's some significant kit that needs to be built through brownfield environments, so right the way through Papamoa and Tutumu, mainly big trunk pipes, particularly wastewater projects that need a lot of planning, consenting, land acquisition in some cases, before you can move through the procurement and construction, mean that kind of it's probably going to take around 10 years to construct that infrastructure, even if there were no funding constraints, which means on that basis, and we are having that independently peer reviewed at the moment, that the opening up of Tutumu and the first housing would sit beyond the 10-year period, or around about in that kind of 10-year range, which would put it in the long-term 10 to 30-year period based on the way things work in the future development strategy.
And decoupling the zoning from the infrastructure investment, is that something that could or should be called out more clearly, or do you see as the approach that the two go hand in hand? I mean, clearly both need to occur before development can take place.
Yeah, so the reason for, I guess the rezoning is happening ahead of a large amount of that infrastructure investment. Obviously getting the project rezoned makes it more of a real project and should make it easier to attract private funding and finance to the project.
So in your recommended option, it really talks about relying on infrastructure funding and doesn't decouple the zoning issue from the infrastructure investment issue. Is there a way that that could be called out more clearly, given that that's the way that this one is likely to progress?
I don't see a downside to that.
Yeah. I mean, what we want, I think, is something that reflects the likely reality and that is of value in progressing this one through the zoning and the infrastructure investment stages. So the more the strategy can align with what's likely to happen so that it's supportive in that environment, probably would be good.
I think it would be to add to the last parts would be on progressing this growth area through resource management processes and other sort of preparatory policy work or something to that effect.
Yeah, if it was able to reword it just to highlight the zoning and the infrastructure investment as, you know, in this case, the resource management work comes first and then the infrastructure commitment comes next, and noting that there are different ways that the infrastructure investment could occur as well. Bill. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd certainly support that clarity around the separating out the rezoning and infrastructure. I think it's also important to make sure whatever is in the strategy very clearly lines up in terms of, I haven't seen the report, it arrived in the inbox last night, weekend reading, so that there is clear alignment in terms of the TCC in that direction and the smart growth. Because what we don't want is any doubt or conflict in how that is outlined, either in terms of where TCC lands vis-a-vis what's in the strategy.
Yeah, I mean, we could reiterate the point that it is a priority development area now.
Yep.
It's providing the focus and it's providing the monitoring of what's happening and reporting back through smart growth, so keep in touch with that.
Yeah, I think that would be good. I think being more specific on this one about the likely timing and sequencing, separating the zoning out from the infrastructure investment and the infrastructure provision, in that general sense of these areas are able to be brought forward, but then been more specific around what the likely scenario with Tatuma itself is going to be. And given that, you know, the report clearly exists, so there is the opportunity for alignment, we may as well take that opportunity. So that would see, in principle, support for option 6.1c, but a need to bring some amended wording back to us. Thank you. Okay, settlement pattern timing, Toriko West.
So we've now separated all of these out, so Toriko West and Keenan Road. The recommendations are the same as what they are for 6.1 for Tutumu, that around having that flexibility in terms of acknowledging moving areas forward. happy to pause there, as I know Councillor Thompson might have some questions about Tauriko West.
Great, thank you. So, I mean, your approach here is very similar to your original proposed approach on Te Tumu. Paula, you'd indicated that you had some issues you wanted to raise here.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I apologise, but I was actually telling my panel member earlier I had a dream about all of this stuff last night. So this is, I've got to get it off my chest. So the Western Corridor is used, I think, in your supplementary report. And I'll just say a few things and then I'll ask my questions. So the Western Corridor is used to principally show the same scope of area as the SDP. Is that right? It's principally the same. So it includes Joyce and Merrick. Okay. So I know Joyce and Merrick are 30 to 50. They're not in the FDS, but they are somewhere else. They're referenced on the maps, presumably. And,
yes, they are. And in the other maps, it shows that wider area.
Okay. So my questions are, in relation to the FDS and Tauriko West Keenan Belk Road, what are the household predictions for the 30 years?
For all of those three combined? So Tauriko West has 3,500. Keenan Road has 2,000. And with Upper Belk, we've acknowledged that there's still further work to be undertaken there, but that if it did need to move forward into that 30-year period, there could be sort of up to 4,000 households. But yeah, that really depends on what happens in other growth areas when they come forward, and also what happens with the Eastern Centre as well.
So I have heard quite a bit of mention about the Western Corridor providing up to 30,000 homes. I'm presuming that's the 50-year horizon.
That's correct.
So in essence, the bulk of those houses will be coming in that 30 to 50 years. Thank you very much.
Yes.
My next question relates to the current or the projected Te Papa intensification figures in the FDS. What are they?
So I think we've grouped our intensification areas. So I'm not actually sure what Te Papa is on its own, because we've also included Mount Maunganui in there as well. At the moment, that's showing as a range between around 11,000 up to 15,000, and that's over the 30-year period.
But that combines Te Papa.
Yes.
And the Mount.
Yes.
Can I just speak? I can speak to that further if you like. Yeah. So our intensification projections are about 12,000 dwellings over the next 30 years. So that's in what we call the older parts of the city. So not the older greenfield areas. So that doesn't include like Papamoa or Bethlehem, and it clearly doesn't include the newer areas or the areas still to be zoned like Wairaki or Tauriko West. So that includes the three key spatial planning areas, spatial plans that we've done for Te Papa, Otamorai and Mount Maunganui. And it also includes like some smaller parts of the city like Mangatapu, little parts of Welcome Bay and stuff like that where a bit of infill is happening. So predominantly so that works out on average, I think it was to about 400 units per annum, or about 40% of Tauranga's growth over the 30-year period through intensification. The expectation is it will start lower than 40% and it will end up higher than 40%. So by the time we get to the 30-year period, about 50% of Taurangaa's growth will be through intensification. We did some work through Plan Change 33 to just stress test those numbers, particularly looking at the feasibility side of things. So, and that's reiterated that those projections are pretty sound based on the information we know at the moment. Clearly, it'll change over time, but the majority of that intensification is expected to be delivered through smaller scale developments, so terraced housing, duplexes, continued infill subdivision with, the odd apartment building project kind of here and there. Apartment building is quite financially challenging at the moment.
Thank you. Did you say 40, Andy? 40%?
40% on average over the 30-year period, correct.
Okay, thank you. So going back, if I may, to the households to be delivered in the 30 years and the priority list of transport projects that are there to support that, but more particularly I'm taking it the 30 to 50, where the real bulk of the houses are set to come. But it's still totally justifiable in terms of providing for that initial opening up of the Western Corridor.
So I'm just wondering what was your question about that?
So if I could just explain it. So the RLTP, as you know, has this list of projects, and high up on the list are the state highway works required around opening up the Western Corridor. But the bulk of the houses will be 30 to 50 years. So you're saying about 12,000, I think, within 30 years, is that right?
Yeah.
So what went to the RLTP was based on what you've just given me, those household numbers?
Yes, I assume that will be, that everything we've done has fed through the TSP and they've fed through into the RLTP.
That TSP again, I'll have a nightmare about that tonight. Yeah. Okay, no, look, thank you for that. I was just getting myself, I just needed to be a bit more clearer on numbers.
Yeah. Andy may want to add to that too. I guess there's just a point there around the fact that those, the transport projects are not just about the housing. Yeah, I'll let Andy, did you have something to add?
Just very quickly, like the three key housing projects to get development underway in the Western Corridor, I understand are highly prioritised through the NLTP. Obviously got to work through that process. We've got the Tauranga West Enabling Works, which are actually, tender is now awarded, we can advise. There is the stage 2 of Cameron Road, and there is the first stages of the long-term State Highway 29 and 29 upgrades, particularly the works around the Sparks Corner area. So there are, of course, more projects in that, but those are the three key ones. So I think there is quite good alignment between the RLTP and the Western Corridor growth projections.
And if I could just say, it would be really, really useful to readers of this document and to others to understand what you've just said and what you've just said around that integration of the proposed housing development and the investment in roading infrastructure, not just needed for housing, but for other issues, but it's staged in terms of, like, the RLTP is only 10 years anyway, so it's staged to do it in kind of stages, as it were. I think that's really useful information.
All right, thank you. So, Paula, that satisfies your questions, deals with the issues that you've raised?
Yeah, no, thank you. And I just needed clarity on that. Thank you.
So no more bad dreams?
No more bad dreams.
Bill?
Thanks, Andrew. And it has been touched on, but it was really just to reiterate in terms of the roading that's been, or transport corridors that have been talked about, particularly 29 and 29A, that the significance of those also as part of moving freight, etc. So, and the reason I really touch on this is that listening to some of the submissions last December, there was a clear focus in terms of some of this transport work needed for all of the housing and, you know, and the related issues to that. But there was little commentary around the other part of it in terms of the significance for a port at two ends of the peninsulas, and therefore the significance of freight to and from that, and the connection over the hill into the Waikato and up into Auckland. I think we need to have some, want of a better word, some balanced discussion in the strategy in terms of that part of the equation from and the significance from a transport investment perspective.
And in that regard, are roads of national significance now something other than political rhetoric? Do they have a status, or will that be GPS?
There are RONs here in the coalition agreement. There's two
Okay,
of those.
so that's all part and parcel of
Yeah.
that very good point.
So picking your point up, Belle, how and where do you want to see that reflected? Does that belong in the transport chapter, or does it belong in the discussion we're having about Toriko West and development of other areas? I mean, really what we're talking about is the ability to transport goods from within our own sub-region to the port and get them out, and the port's link from a transport viewpoint with the wider Golden Triangle and, as you say, up to Auckland.
If it's just in the transport chapter, I think it gets missed also. So it might need some reference in both, but it does need to be referenced in terms of some of the discussion, because several submitters raised it in the context of housing and the development of the Western Corridor.
The plan we talked about before, the interregional plan, which is sitting in context, you know, in some ways that underpins the FDS as much as these local projects. You know, that underpins the economic story that's around all the business land. So, I mean, one option would be to look at bringing it alongside those other, you know, strategic infrastructure needs. Maybe that's a better place for it. It tells a better story. And the other problem we have, and we did look at this as an option, but yeah, time, whatever. Yeah. Restrictions. We haven't, you know, we have maps, but we don't have maps showing the key infrastructure in the growth areas. You can't go to it and say, right, there's that corridor and that's the infrastructure. We don't have that. You've got to look at a table, two tables, and you've got to match it up. We've put them into corridors to say, well, the Western Corridor has this range of infrastructure required, but it's not easy to kind of get your head around what that might mean on the ground. So that, I don't think we can do that by tomorrow. But it might be something in terms of a step into the future, because I mean, the strategy itself is not well anchored in GIS data, like information. That's very just, it's mapped, but they're not really well integrated, and I think there could be better ways of presenting information to tell the story better around land use and infrastructure. And yeah, maybe that's probably a key work on over the next little while.
And it's making the link between transport infrastructure in this case, but infrastructure more generally, and economic well-being, economic development.
Yeah. Yeah. It can definitely be a lot more expressive than it is. I think that's wanting to tell that story is really important.
What do you need? Have you got the resources you need to be able to get better technological support to provide a clearer
picture?
Well, that's an issue for, we don't have a budget for anything. It's easy to say that. But we do have a lot of the smart growth deliveries as partner inputs. And seeing the regional council have provided GA support and met the needs, the things that have been asked have been provided. I'm aware that the spatial planning group within the regional council have some specialist GIS resource now. I think that's right. I know it was talked about a little while ago. So I think there's the opportunity to look at that in a much better way. Yeah, I think the model going forward for Smart Growth is probably to use those partner resources as opposed to anything else. So yeah, that would be my suggestion, that we have a look at that option, and yeah, we can't deliver any clarity on that by tomorrow, but I think, you know, we could probably identify that as, you know, one of the kind of, yeah, implementation actions that are probably worth some time into.
So does that lead to you bringing something back to us tomorrow that at least determines the pathway for this piece of work?
Yeah, and it possibly comes within that, the first topic area we talked about. We can pull something into there and say, look, we'll try and do a better job of, you know, telling the story of land use and infrastructure and what's the strategy.
I think there's actually a submission point about that in the FPS implementation, and we'd said in there that we'd do some further work through the implementation and funding plan to map our development infrastructure and match that up with the growth areas.
Yeah, so it's almost, you know, something to note that'll be a work on. Rather than something that you'll deliver as a finished piece of work, obviously tomorrow or in the very near future. Yeah. Bill.
And just following on from, and I like the direction you were outlining, Craig, and just going back to my earlier comments today in terms of the implementation and funding plan, understanding what the size of the funding gap is, say, for infrastructure across the board. And then at some point in time, if we have that for each of those corridors, it just gives that greater level of detail as opposed to one very large figure. So what does it mean for a particular corridor or growth area? And then the minds go in terms of, okay, how that gap is closed, which may well be quite specific on a corridor by corridor approach.
Okay.
So this is the point I have to vacate.
So then, yeah, the next one's Wairakei South. So
yes.
They will leave. With leave from the chair, could Nathan Tapairi come to the table from Regional Council? There's some further information around
absolutely.
Wairakei South.
Yes. That's fine. All right, thank you. Welcome to the table.
Thank you for having me.
So just to reiterate with this one, our recommendation is to not identify Wairakei South as a growth area for residential or business. There's some overlap here with David's paper on industrial as well. And yeah, I'll let Nathan sort of provide a couple of updates around just around that. There may be some areas where we need to strengthen or slightly alter our wording.
Okay, so let's have the update and then let's have your recommendation on how we could change the wording, or your recommendation to change wording. Thanks.
Kia ora tātou. My name's Nathan Tapairi. I'm a senior planner at the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. My background is I've been involved in a number of structure plans across the Bay of Plenty region, and I'm now working in the spatial planning team. Towards the end of last year, I was asked to work with our engineering teams across the councils at TCC, Western Bay, and the Regional Council, with the involvement of some planning input from or to convene a group of people, including planning staff from Bay of Plenty Regional Council, which is myself, and Western Bay. And I think we just essentially just want to reiterate the point that the collective view of that group is that we don't consider Wairakei South as appropriate for urban development either now or into the future. And this position aligns with the constraints that were identified in the industrial supply report, the other constraints which have made their way into the topic papers for both the future development strategy and the industrial land supply topic paper, and also picks up on the direction from the panel around a coherent response in relation to the constraints identified at Wairakei South. So I just thought in a very summary way, just wanted to touch on what those key points are. Effectively, the view for that position is based on that most of the land in the Bell Road catchment, including Wairakei South, is low-lying. It sits within a floodplain. It's connected to Tara Road through stormwater drains and overland stormwater flow. One of the really important points to make about that particular location is that it's serviced by a flood scheme. And in our mind, that already indicates that there's substantial flooding there already. That's an existing problem, and there's a lot of water already going into that area. This suggests that, yeah, there's an existing issue, and this is a red flag in our mind that this area should be avoided. So either part urbanisation, so if you start a fire in a catchment for urban development, obviously there's an expectation that you're just going to continue to build, will exacerbate cumulative flood risk on the adjoining land and surrounding infrastructure. So in our view, essentially, it's, this is supported by best practice, and the logic of avoiding such areas is evident in the recent flooding events we've had across the country. The second point that I wanted to make is that urbanisation of a catchment will have resultant effects on the ecology and also the water quality effects on particularly the Kaituna River downstream. That falls within the area of Te Marua Kaituna, the co-governance entity, as you're aware, that's mandated with a specific interest to protect the mauri of that particular awa. And that's expressed in the Kaituna River document. And as a result of that collective group with the partners, that there's been substantial biodiversity restoration works in the lower part of the catchment. So essentially, we believe that there's a conflict there between that direction of urban development in the upper stream catchment and what that river document's setting out to achieve. And lastly, I guess this is probably a point that we feel strongly, and just wanted to make sure it was heard by the panel, that avoiding there's substantial public investment involved in mitigating existing hazard risk if development was to occur in that location. This is compounded by the long-term effects of climate change and an ever-increasing onus on councils to make prudent and sustainable decisions around infrastructure investment, because obviously that investment's going to have to follow those land use choices. And as we know, it's extremely expensive to build out of a floodplain. That's one of the reasons they're avoided. And particularly in the long term, there's a substantial cost quotient that's apportioned to the community as a result of that. So those are essentially just some of the points. And just because when I looked at the agenda, there's a lot in there. This covers two topics. So we just wanted to make sure that, A, we picked up on what we thought the panel had heard, but also just to make that really, really clear that that's been put on the table for the benefit of the panel and also those that are listening in. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks for that update and the additional information. So, Nicola, does that change anything about your recommendation as it's put in front of us?
So the core recommendation is the same, but it's whether we change. So if we're looking at 7.1a, so we've said in there in the current FDS And it's whether we take those words out, because that could be construed as meaning it will be considered at a later date. And likewise, just the text underneath that, there's a paragraph in there which talks about deferring the consideration. And I think from what Nathan's just outlined, it's not necessarily appropriate to have that sentence in there.
So do you want to make some changes and bring the changed version back to us tomorrow for approval, picking up those matters that need to be changed as a result of what we've heard in the update?
Yes, yeah, and that will cross over with David's paper as well. So we'll both look at what changes we need to make.
Yeah, so it could be there'll be a suite of changes that come back to us that we approve tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah, all right, great.
Question.
And making sure there's consistency across any changes that we make. Paula.
Question. Has there been anything introduced this afternoon that the submitters won't have had an opportunity to have considered? Or has everything that's been said this afternoon all been in front of the submitters?
It's all been outlined in the issues and options papers, so it's all there.
Okay. All right, thank you. So that's 7.1a. So that's that one dealt with. It'll come back to us tomorrow. 7.2 Tower Road.
Sorry.
All right, so that would then get picked up in the same conversation we've just had.
Yes.
So this next section. So so you've got option 7.2a. That may come back to us with different updated wording.
Yes.
All right, so we'll wait for both of those then for tomorrow. Bill.
Yeah, I'm probably, well, I am. I'm seeking some advice in terms from Andy, just in terms of that Tara Road area. So I'd just be interested in your view on that, because I think there are potentially some differing circumstances, but I'd be interested in terms of your thoughts, Andy.
Sure. Yeah, Tara Road's similar, but it is different. It certainly contributes stormwater into the Bell Road catchment. So that would be a significant issue to manage and perhaps ensure that there was an additional stormwater to, or that stormwater was held back if the urbanisation of that Tara Road land was to occur. But that Tara Road area is definitely, it's on the other side of the TEL. It's much smaller. It is very challenging land though. It does have flooding, stormwater, geotechnical constraints. It is and has been considered for urbanisation for some period of time and is actively being considered now, interestingly, through the Crown Land for Housing program and various tangata whenua interests that have a first right to can look at acquiring that land. And so I don't think we want to entirely take that off the table, but it does present some substantive challenges, engineering challenges that we would need to be satisfied can be managed for that to proceed.
Okay, thank you. John.
Yeah, well, I think we've heard the explanations, and I think there is a good case to separate Tara Road from Waraki South, in that while they are very similar issues, I think they are of difference, and I think Andy spelled it out very clearly that Tara Road's of a much smaller scale and they're of somewhat higher altitude. That said, it's well known the flooding issues there and the contributions that have been made over recent years with developments in Tara Road and the increased drainage to facilitate construction of the TEL and the impacts those have further down the catchment. But I think there is merit in considering the two separately.
Right, thank you. So just in terms of the changes that will be made here, obviously there are comments been made around separation, different treatments, realising there's a link between these two areas as well.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, thank you. So let's work on those further when you bring some new wording back to us tomorrow, having considered what we've heard this afternoon. So residential growth in the east.
I'm happy to cover this one while Craig comes back. So this related to areas in the east, such as Paingaroa and Pongakawa, and even Makatu. So our recommendation in the 7.3A was to not make any changes to include those areas in the strategy. One of the main reasons for that is that the FDS predominantly relates to urban development, doesn't really cover the small rural areas. There's also another issue in there in that I understand that Pongakawa's got an active private plan change occurring, so it wouldn't be appropriate for the strategy, I don't believe, to be advancing that as an area while that's underway. Yeah, happy to take questions about that.
So explain why 7.3A is the recommended option, if you would, rather than 7.3C, or could there be a hybrid of both, where we make no changes to the strategy, but that we note, which is a fact, that further opportunities in the eastern villages could be undertaken through the implementation plan?
I suppose the reason for not going with that option, this 7.3C, is that it really then puts the impetus on smart growth to be looking at those areas and undertaking work.
Yep.
So I think, yeah, that's why our position is really not to include those areas in the strategy and not to be signalling that we would be doing further work.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough, and it's getting expectations in the right place. I mean, making no changes doesn't change anything. It's acknowledged that there is the opportunity for growth in the east, and it's, you know, for example, the private plan change that you've just referred to would be one way that could be enabled. Does that leave a situation where there's anything in the strategy which is inconsistent with an outcome of further development in the east, even though it's not a priority area? There's nothing in the strategy that then would be inconsistent with some of these type of developments occurring?
There isn't, but I suppose they would have to meet those tests around any constraints, including highly productive land, and depending on the size of the development, you know, there's RPS criteria they would need to meet as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of which will be taken into account of through the any private plan change.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. John.
I think Nicole has summed it up well. I don't think this is a matter that smart growth needs to be over. I think there's opportunity for the local council to address issues as they come forward. There clearly is a need for housing in that part of the world, given the flows of traffic east in the morning and west in the afternoon to and from work. And so there clearly is a need for people to be able to live and work, or live nearer to their work. But I don't think it's smart growth's role to be involved in picking winners and losers. But as proposals come forward, they can be considered by council and acted upon, in my view.
Thank you. Bill.
To John's comments, I'm just wondering whether there is the opportunity for a bit of a hybrid response, because 3A says the FDS relates to urban development only and does not consider rural development. But whether we added to that further housing opportunities in eastern villages is a matter for consideration or something like that for the territorial authority. The reason I raise that is that over a period of time, there's been a view that smart growth should cover off everything, but whether we just indicate that for that level or type or scale of potential development, that's just something that is left to the territorial authority, as John has outlined. It was just really to clarify that, so there's no expectation then in terms of smart growth intervention or approach.
It clarifies the roles and responsibilities. In particular, it clarifies the role of the local council, and it clarifies the mechanism which is already in place and is capable of being employed outside of any direction that smart growth wouldn't give. Acknowledging the need, making no changes has been suggested, so that's going with your recommendation, and obviously realising that any need can be addressed through the other mechanisms which are already in place through the local council. So that would lead us, Nicola, and it sounds as though people are in agreement, that would lead us to adopting your recommendation to make no changes. Yep. All right, thank you. Residential growth into Te Puke.
This one should be quite straightforward. So there were just some submitters that had requested further growth in Te Puke. And what we've said there is that that's really a matter for the Te Puke spatial plan to consider further.
Yep. So is everybody in agreement with that? Yep, great. Bill.
It's just a clarification, Nicola. No issue in terms of the intent, in terms of leaving it to the spatial plan. But is there anything, though, in the draft strategy that potentially could preclude whatever comes out of that spatial plan for additional residential growth?
I think the strategy is quite clear that Te Puke is a key growth area. So I don't think anything's precluded, but again, some of those constraints may come in, but Western Bay will no doubt be aware of that around highly productive land and other things.
No, I was just wanting to ensure that the community and the council didn't go through all the spatial planning process and then they get to that and there's a big roadblock in the way in terms of implementing. Apart from that normal assessment that would then go through implementation and plan.
All right, thank you. So that's the make no changes option. 7.5, settlement pattern, additional areas, residential growth for Welcome Bay.
Yes, so this one it largely relates to that Upper Ohauiti proposal. We did have some submissions around Welcome Bay, but they were quite very general in nature, just asking for further growth in that area. So yeah, it mainly concerns that rural residential proposal for Upper Ohauiti. And our recommendation in there is not to include that. Again, there's a similar reasoning there in terms of the FDS covering urban development, but there are also issues where we've got some quite clear policy and growth directives around not not allowing too much rural residential development and the impact on rural areas and on highly productive land.
Bill. Yeah, this was an interesting site, which we did do a site visit. I can understand the limitation in respect of traditional residential growth. I'm not sure though about the application in terms of highly productive land, in terms of the what we saw. So I'm still thinking this one through, Chair, and whether there is that potential, because from memory, all of it's in the Western Bay district, and whether there is potential for rural residential. So I'm still mulling over this particular opportunity.
Is there any further information or advice you need to assist with your mulling?
I was just wondering if that comes back to your point, Commissioner Wasley, before about adding that statement around that would be a matter for the TLAs. That would cover that as well.
Yes.
Yep.
I just didn't necessarily want to close off the particular opportunity. I don't think, and staff can advise to the contrary, that the opportunity beyond this for any residential development, I would have thought, is extremely limited, whether it's possible at all, given the topography and the nature of the landform. But some wording like that might overcome.
Okay, so taking a similar approach to the earlier one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like Bill. I'm undecided as of yet, and particularly when I look at the comments that came out of the City Council 2020 study, and that UFTI identified it as a longer term outside the FDS. Unfortunately, I think I know the property. I didn't go on the site visit, but I just want to be sure that if we put that wording in, it's not leading them down a rabbit hole. In other words, you know, by putting that wording in to appease us and our sort of sitting on the fence kind of thing, it's not going to put them into a situation where they come up against a great big brick wall. So by putting them into a local authority process, is there still hope for them or isn't there? That's what I really need to try and understand, because I'm very much on the fence, I have to say.
Emily, if you want to comment on that from Western Bay's perspective.
I think it would be useful to make it clear that it would be in the capacity of council responding to resource consent applications or private plan changes, as opposed to any kind of council initiated investigations or initiating any kind of private plan change process either.
I like that.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. John.
Is it possible to add to that in terms of Bill's proposal of handing it to the TLAs to deal with, that they explore cross-boundary use of the land rather and follow perhaps geographic boundaries rather than line boundaries? Because my observation was that on the site visit that some of the land would be perhaps largely wasted or will not be able to use to its best opportunity if the following boundary council boundaries were followed. So I just wonder if that can be picked up too.
Yep, that certainly makes some sense. I mean, particularly considering the particular role of smart growth, I think it would be good to pick that up. Nicola, you're taking notes there. You're comfortable with what's been suggested and it can be accommodated?
Yes, and we'll work on that wording for tomorrow.
Fantastic. All right, great. So we'll get some new wording back on this then. That's fine. So then settlement pattern, additional areas, intensification.
Yes, so this was one where we had some submitters asking for greater levels of intensification. We also had some questioning the levels of intensification and really saying that it was potentially too high. What we've suggested in there is not to make any changes. I think Andy outlined quite well before about the work that's gone into those numbers. But we have proposed in there just to make it clear that that the strategy is trying to move towards that more compact urban form, and that we'd be looking to that sort of 40% of intensification and infill over that 30-year period, and just to make that quite clear in that FDS section.
And alignment of plan change 33. So what you suggested there aligns with the plan change 33 scenario?
Yes, it does. I don't know, Andy, if you want to comment, but yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so that's making no change to the intensification numbers in the strategy. Level of comfort with that? Yep. All right, thank you. And then staging of long-term development in the eastern and western corridors.
I'll let Craig talk to this one.
Okay.
Yeah, so the recommended option in the report was to make provision for a range of 1,000 to 4,000 houses for the eastern centre end, for each of the eastern centre and Upper Belk Road, part of the western corridor, and really to emphasise the point that there's a lot of unanswered questions about what is to happen there, and not to be sort of have a 0 for one and an 800 sort of sends a message that there's some kind of meaning around that necessarily. So the thinking there was to indicate that it is a work in progress that needs to be landed for the long term. Since we did the report, we've had some further conversations with some of the other partners, principally the Transport Agency, about the proposal, and they've made some suggestions that actually give it, I suppose, somewhat more flexibility, and that is to identify the eastern centre and Upper Belk together with a range, sort of and or, rather than as two separate areas, to indicate that there is major work through business case or SDP on what that long term might look like. So it was sort of bundling those together, and the explanation around the further work needed to get to greater clarity on location and timing. So they've suggested some wording for that, which is pretty much combining the two areas we had together. So Eastern Centre or Upper Belk Road, be a range of 2,000 to 800 houses in the long term. So that's and we're comfortable with that suggestion, and it really achieves the same end. The second issue that's come up is whether or not this area should be, the sort of Belk Road, Western Corridor area should be identified as a priority development area, and whether that's appropriate at this point. And we've made a recommendation that that be the case, that it should be a PDA and brought through the implementation plan in that way. But really on the fence a bit on this, but the fact that that area is identified as SDP already achieves that objective of having a focus by the partnership on that area. And the original plan was to hold back on any identification as a PDA until the SDP work was resolved. I don't have a problem either way. The key thing was to make, to be clear that this is an area of focus, that it's monitored, reported on, and the partners are across what's happening. So either option allows that. and probably the preferred option for Waka Kotahi is to leave it as SDP for that to be resolved first before that PDA identification would occur.
All right, so that would lead us to your option 7B.
7B, yeah. So we'd
and
modify
with the
that.
additional wording to map 18.
It would change it to a range of 2,000 to 8,000 houses for the eastern centre and or Upper Belk. So just a change in wording to indicate that the outcomes are dependent on a lot more work being done.
Yeah, all right. So is that something that needs to come back to us tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. So bring that one back tomorrow on the basis that we're, comfortable with the direction, but we just need that wording in front of us. That's fine. So then to pronounce around.
So, sorry,
Paula,
just on that matter, you lost me when you started talking about the priority development area, and I can't see it reflected in this report. So would you mind, sorry, I've missed it again.
Sorry. We pointed that out. It's the last sentence in that 7B option. Recommend Western Corridor will be added as a priority development.
There you go.
So
I never turned the page.
Saying, we're just saying that's not essential. It's the SDP provides the focus. We don't need to make that change. We already have a system. Gotcha. We have an arrangement in place for dealing with that.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Bill.
Just wanted to clarify, I didn't pick up all your comment about Waka Kotahi and what was, can you just cover off that again and their reasoning?
The concern that there's been not enough consideration of the transport network impacts of what occurs to start landing hard numbers for the area. They want to have a clear messaging that there's a lot yet to come to know what numbers will land where and when. And their view is that they need to be part of that discussion as a partner to Smartgrowth, and that it's potentially too early in the piece to start landing allocations that suggest that there's a concluded position on that, which I tend to agree with. I mean, it is a long way to go on these issues.
Just to follow up, but however, you're still recommending in terms of the Western Corridor will become a PDA?
I'm saying it doesn't need to become a PDA. I'm saying the opposite. That it's an SDP, and that provides the focus of partners across that development area. Effectively, it's sort of doubling up. But the original position, as I understand it, was before I came into Smartgrowth, was that the PDA classification would be reviewed once the SDP work was resolved. So basically sticking to the previous resolution of what should happen.
Right, thank you, John.
Yeah, I guess just from my 2 cents on that, as well as I did speak to Craig around the PDA issue, I agree with that. The fact that the SDP process is current and underway, I'm not sure what value making a PDA would really do that the legislative process isn't already doing. Maybe it's a case of timing in terms of once that SDP process reaches a point, we may want to relook at it as a PDA. And I think we also have the Tarico PDA, so I'm not quite sure. We might need to sort of have had a bit of a think around how these things are all going to fit together. But I'm comfortable in terms of what my colleagues at Waka Kotahi have proposed, because I think it still maintains what you're trying to do here. I think that's fine. But in terms of the PDA status, for me it doesn't add a lot of value, so I would be quite happy with the SDP just running.
Can I just ask a question? What happens if the minister says
that it decided not to do the SDP? Well, Smartgrowth will just carry on using its
PDA.
use the PDA and we'll do the plan changes and follow the normal process. So, yeah.
So do we need to safeguard that, or is it sufficiently safeguarded?
I think, yeah, I mean, the PDA process is somewhat independent of the strategy anyway. I don't believe it needs, well, I don't think we should be specifying as PDA in the strategy itself. That's an implementation plan detail. So I don't think a decision's needed in the strategy on that.
All right, so we're happy with the recommend. Oh, John, sorry.
My question is, having listened to all that, can we just leave out that last sentence that it be recommend it be added as a priority development area? Because if it's already covered off by the SDP, the work's progressing, and if it's largely, a lot of it's 30 years' time, there's plenty of time to revisit this before then. And to add to that, we don't want to continually be expanding further and further out and leapfrogging areas within the city. So we need to be mindful of what we've talked about earlier in the day about prioritisation of areas, I think. So that would be my suggestion, just leave that last sentence off at this point.
Is there a consideration around potential government transport funding and a benefit to this being a new or added as a priority development area because of the effect of that on potential transport funding that could come in?
I mean, I'll maybe say from my point of view, no. I think from my point of view, the SDP process is one thing. The PDA would not add any further value to it. That's absolutely where I'm coming from. Is it won't move the dial forward.
Okay. No, so I think for different reasons, I'm hearing the same thing from both ends of the table. So that's.
To be clear, we're saying exactly that. Put a line through the last sentence. We don't need that. So
yeah, yeah, and we're hearing it doesn't make any difference. So if it doesn't, then that's fine. Yep. All right. Anything further on this one? That was a good discussion. Thank you. All right. So that takes us to option 7.7b, but with that last line struck out. And then Te Puna and surrounds.
Yes, so that's the next issue. And we had submitted a request basically asking for an off-limit layer over Te Puna. And we also had submitters that requested that it be investigated for development. It's our understanding that Western Bay are proposing to do spatial planning in that area. So our recommendation there is to not make any changes to the strategy at this stage and to let that process run, that will determine the outcome for Te Puna.
All right, thank you. Are we comfortable with that recommendation? Yep. All right, thank you. And then sorry?
Yeah, no, I'm not entirely comfortable with that. Because I'm old enough to remember back to the discussions around the 2013 strategy when people were saying, I'll die in the ditch and over my dead body, well, Te Puna be this, that and the other. Yes, John, I recognise that life moves on, but what I do need to understand, Emily, is what is the extent or the scope of the spatial plan? I mean, could it in fact be quite a dramatic change? I mean, what is the possible potential scope of your spatial planning?
Well, we haven't actually scoped that particular one, and I guess our approach with the Te Puke spatial plan is that we are scoping it in conjunction with the local subcommittee that's been formed to consider that spatial plan, which includes the Te Puke Makatu ward councillors and also community board members and tangata whenua representation. So whilst we have in our mind that it's about the Te Puke urban area with consideration of Manawika and Waitangi villages. We will be working on the exact scope as we move through that process and some phases of community and tangata whenua engagement. So I imagine we'd use a similar approach to Te Puna as well.
Is it at all possible just to add some further explanatory text to that effect? Because that sounds to me very much like a community collaborative planning exercise, including some of the submitters here. Would it be possible just to provide some further explanation around the process by which that's intended to follow? Because that gives me some comfort that the community who are passionate about their community will be intensively involved.
Yeah, I think I can work with Nicola on that tonight.
Okay, so consideration of some further wording. So that can then come back to us tomorrow. And then issue 9, FDS implementation.
On this last issue, implementation plan, someone was asking for a project plan and a resourcing plan to deliver the FDS, which is in fact what the implementation and funding plan is all about. So that was good. Seeking clarification on the unanticipated out of sequence issues, because that's now part of Plan Change 6. So that's clear what that is all about now. So that's been resolved. We have proposed taking one of the plans out of the strategy, which is a sort of detail one of growth areas, spatial plan areas and whatnot, and actually having that in the implementation plan to sort of provide the graphical link between the strategy and implementation. So that's map 19. We think it's pretty it's more of a detailed plan with information that will change relatively frequently. It's not really a strategic level plan. So we'd use that in the implementation plan. And the other recommendation around having a really reciting what's in the NPSUD about what if future development strategies are about, and that they do have a pretty significant status as something to have regard to when preparing RMA planning documents and in other long-term planning. I think partners already get that, but it's a matter of, I guess, restating that fact that that's what the national policy direction is about.
All right, and again, this really is about what belongs in the strategy and what belongs in the implementation and funding plan, and you've obviously got that clarifying wording at the end of your option 9A there as well. Bill.
Just a clarification, Craig, in terms of the wording, it talks about local authorities having regard to an FDS when preparing or changing RMA planning documents. I take it, though, that private plan change proponents need to do the same.
That's a good point, yeah. That'd be... Yeah. Yeah, you can read it into it, but it's not really apparent when you're on first read, yeah.
All right, so does that result in some wording change there?
Yeah, that's...
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so do you want to pick that up and bring that back to us also tomorrow? Thank you. So that then is everything on FDS. Great, thank you. Thanks very much indeed. Now, we're running a little bit behind time, but we will keep going. So, David, FDS, Industrial Land Study. So thanks for joining us. We're taking papers as read, just highlighting those areas that were of particular importance or interest or that were raised in submissions, and with a particular focus on the recommendations.
Tēnā koutou. Thank you, Chair. Certainly take the paper as read. Just a couple of things to note. I guess in terms of those 6 issue statements, What's being recommended to you in terms of changes to the strategy are to include some additional text and small changes around the importance of industrial land and also the effects of industrial land potentially on existing communities. And also to add in a table that identifies the potential long-term growth areas that extend out past the term of the FDS, so out past the 30-year term. And also some other small amendments just to clarify map 18 and the potential future locations that are shown on there. So those future locations include industrial land that's already identified and planned for, including areas such as Tutumu and Tauriko West.
All right, so this is on page 231 of our agenda.
Yes, in terms of what's actually recommended to you from the changes in your paper on page 250 and 251. In terms of the agenda itself and the issues and options paper, as the chair has said, is at page 231. There's some key considerations that are outlined there on the following page. Just following on from Nathan Tapaidi's clarification, just to be aware that in the issues and options paper at page 241, there's reference to in the current FDS in option 3A. That's intended to just be in the FDS, not in the current FDS. And as clarified by Nathan, the recommended decision is that the deferral of consideration of Wairakei South is not intended through this process. That clarification is a recommended option, which is not to include Wairakei South as an industrial land area or a residential area in the strategy and in the FDS. Lastly, just to touch on, again, the recommended reasons that are in there. There was reference to catchment management options being investigated in relation to the Bell Road and wider Kaituna catchment. That's actually not intended now to be taken forward into the implementation and funding plan, but that will be something that will be discussed further and brought back through the appropriate process. Rather, it was intended to look at the management of options around natural hazard risk, cultural values, water quality effects and ecology, as opposed to looking at the possibility of urban development. I think you've heard very clearly from Nathan that the view is of the council staff that the area isn't appropriate to develop for urban purposes. So I'll just leave it at that and happy to take questions and work through each of those issues as you see fit, Chair.
Yeah, let's work through them one at a time. So if we go through them issue by issue, so if we talk about the recommendation, ask you any questions on that, provide feedback, and then that results in a situation where either the recommendation goes forward as it's put forward for adoption tomorrow, or we need further information or we do something else. So if we go to issue 1, first of all, your recommendation is option 1B. So amend the text. So we've got the amended text here, have we? Sorry, I'm just...
Yeah, sorry, but perhaps if you jump down to page 249,
Yep.
where the actual changes are shown that are recommended under that option.
Do you want to just talk us through this in that case?
So just at a very high level, as I mentioned, the current draft strategy has a residential forward-looking table in it. The intent is to have the equivalent for industrial, to identify where the shortfall in industrial land or business land will be made up from. The work that's been done by Market Economics that informed the housing and business assessment about 12 months ago, and the more recent work, including by Oricon on the industrial land study, has identified that that shortfall in need is in the northern and western corridors. So this table simply identifies those areas and the potential size of those areas that might contribute to that business land equation. Then there's also some, what I would term relatively minor text changes So rather than saying here are all of the possible areas identified through the Oricon Smart Growth Land Study, it's simply saying here are the areas that will meet that demand over the next 30 years through the FDS.
All right, so that's the text that's on page 248 with the changes that are shown there that would then be the amendments that you would put forward in line with option 1B. Yeah. Bill.
Thanks, David. One of the reasons that, for example, TCC was keen in terms of the smart growth project on industrial land was whether there was the ability for potential areas to be identified that also may provide the opportunity for, say, some of those businesses in the Mount Industrial area to relocate to. So it wasn't just necessarily in terms of that future demand, but it was looking at what a potential option or options could be at some time in the future. So that's just a bit of context then in terms of we're moving away from defining some general areas, and so it was just a bit more feedback on the reasoning for that. And when do we then get to doing that further investigative work, given that the current Oricon work was a desktop analysis? And is it just delaying it for some future day out into the ether, so to speak?
Yeah, well, certainly in terms of the last point, the implementation plan will pick that up. The intent is that the Upper Balk Road area would be progressed as soon as possible. So obviously that's subject to the SDP process being run by government. That's seen as an immediate priority in the Western Corridor. Western Bay Blend District Council would pick up Omokoroa in terms of that area, and that would define the exact boundaries. Obviously, you've got the interchange coming in the Takatumu Northern Link Stage 2, which strategically makes that area suitable. Because the Oricon work was a desktop exercise, that was why the further investigation work was done, looking at the Western and Northern corridors and looking at all of those shortlisted sites in terms of what may be appropriate. The Eastern Corridor, I guess, is more fuzzy because you've got the Te Puke Spatial Plan, you've got Te Kāinga, and you also have a suitable an appropriate amount of business land currently zoned with the Rangiora Business Park. So demand over the next 30 years can be met. What we've attempted to do is provide that certainty as to where business land may be located now into the future without necessarily raising concerns with the community or raising expectations with landowners that business land may or may not get developed at some stage in the next 30 years on a particular piece of land. So we're confident there's the certainty around Omokoroa, or the general vicinity of Omokoroa, and also with Upper Balk Road, recognising that it's likely that will be a mix of industrial and residential. The Eastern Corridor, as I say, is not something that requires business land to be identified. The other point is, you'll see under issue 2, it's been recommended an additional paragraph be inserted around the potential for the relocation of businesses elsewhere, and it's recognised that that may be outside of the sub-region. So it's not necessarily saying provision will be made for businesses that may be currently considered inappropriate or inappropriately located, but it does provide that avenue and that opportunity as a signal.
I think it would be helpful just to reference that further work or whatever, if it's going to be in the implementation and funding plan, it'd be helpful to have that clear. Secondly, and we had submissions, regarding the Apata area. So what was the particular reasoning for that being discounted? Given it's also not that far from Mokoroa.
Yeah, so that was obviously issue 4. So the reason for it being discounted is originally in Ufti it was identified as a potential future inland port area or logistics hub. Discussions with the port is that they're no longer interested in that area with Ruakura and Metroport in South Auckland. It's also further away from your labour force market with the Mokoroa population growth, and also has highly versatile land. So the Mokoroa site that's been identified doesn't have some of those environmental constraints, including having to address the NPS for highly versatile land and also the NPS for freshwater. Strategically, it made more sense to the project team when they were looking at that more detailed desktop analysis.
If I can just, final comment, Chair. So I presume then, if for those further investigations, for example, for Mokoroa, there will be propositions outlined in the implementation and funding plan then in terms of progressing the next stage to technical investigations and associated timeframes.
I'm waiting for Craig or Nicola to nod, so they both have. So
she is nodding. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. John.
Yeah, just following up really on Bill, because I'd wanted to ask about the discounting of the Apata side. So if I've heard you correctly, it was current players weren't interested and distance from workforce, yet it would be quite close really to the new city of Mokoroa. So is that really relevant, I guess? And then I had another question after that, if I could.
Yeah, certainly. So in terms of, I guess, it's only a few K up the road, so to speak. It's not to say that Apata isn't suitable. It's just that Mokoroa was seen as more suitable. And I guess part of that, it's unlikely that Kiwi Rail would invest in the area as well, which is one of the prime attractors, the fact that potentially with the rail siding there and the closeness to the Kaimai Tunnel, you could form some sort of logistical hub and distribution centre. But I think Ruakura, certainly for the port, has overtaken their needs.
So following on then to the Mokoroa land, sort of suggested there or thereabouts, given that that's quite close to the, just across the highway really from the existing development, if there was, given that we can't predict how things are going to play out over the next 30 years, if it was to come up that that was more appropriate for residential development, would that be still able to be achieved?
Yeah, so I think that would be something you'd look at the next FDS review.
I agree, we can't make those
3 years'
decisions
time,
now.
whether things have changed and moved on. It's certainly not the expectation that you're going to be out there tomorrow suddenly planning for a new industrial area. I think Western Bay District Council priorities would see this in the longer term. It's certainly not needed in the next 10 years. It's a 10 to 30 year horizon. So the location could easily move.
Yeah, and perhaps to add to that, the point that the marae there planning to expand their papakainga housing. You don't want further developments of undesirable activities alongside localities like that.
Yes, and that's a really good point. We did some work, obviously looking at cultural sites, marae, papakainga, and Māori land. And so again, that's part of the reason why through the further investigation, we've landed on the particular sites that have been recommended, albeit just shown as dots on a map, on map 18.
All right, thank you. Paula.
Yeah, thank you. I'm in the camp of still wanting consideration around Apata because of the 30-year horizon. And the fact that what we are at pains to point out is that smart growth wants to reduce the impacts of existing industrial activities and future activities on people and their health. And I would have thought Aomakaroa seems to me to be growing into a fairly extensive community of residences and other people-centred things. So to me, I wouldn't like to see us giving a message that Apata is not necessarily going to be within the 30-year horizon of the FDS. How you word that, I don't know. But my other question, David, was, is there, and I should have checked this, but is there a difference between the definitions of industrial and heavy industrial?
So there's certainly definitions in the national planning standards of those terms. And when we're using the term industrial, we are meaning everything from small distribution and warehouses, workshops, through to manufacturing and plants that may require discharges to air or similar. I think you'll see, obviously, from the Tauriko business estate that these days most of those industrial, heavy industrial premises are contained inside or within a site. What we see in future, I guess, is that the more sustainable and greener we become, the more cleaner those industries will be. So it's not a case of where we're going to stick the next chimney stack and the effects that may cause. It's looking at that whole ambit of industrial needs, which would tend towards the lighter industrial rather than the heavy industrial, I would suspect.
Thank you. Bill.
Just following on from that conversation, I'd certainly support seeing Apata in conjunction also being investigated. I think also if there's a couple of options on the table, because you never know what pops out of some of these further investigations. So I'd support it also on that basis. And also we talk about business land, and does that give people a particular impression as opposed to industry? So I raise that in terms of, should we be, and I'm not saying we're not trying to be, but clear or more transparent around what the nature of the investigations are. It's not just, for example, in my view, a whole lot of necessarily just big boxes and etc.
So if I hear you right, you're suggesting that by saying, or using the term business land, which is what the National Policy Statement for Urban Development uses, that may be perhaps giving the impression that it's not potentially heavy industry in a particular location.
Yeah. Why if you use the term business land, the industry, I have a slightly sure.
Well, I think business land always sounds nicer because industry does draw those connotations and pictures in people's head, and certainly when we engaged with the combined Tangata Whenua Forum and Mana Whenua, that was the view of the next factory going next door, which we're keen to avoid. I think in terms of Apata, what I would say is that Aomakaroa area on the other side of the highway hasn't been identified for residential land in the FDS, so it's not intended to be residential over the next 30 years. But it doesn't rule out having a closer look at Apata, and I think that can come through the implementation plan. So what we're signalling is a possible or potential location, not saying this is where it'll happen and this is the timing around it. So I think, looking to my left, if we pick that up in the implementation plan as part of the investigation when we go to the next stage, which will be led by Western Bay Council.
All right, thank you. So where does that take us to? That's issue 1 with your changed wording. Issue 2, providing for existing industrial activities. And you're recommending inserting additional text to recognise existing industrial activities and their effects. And that additional text is shown on page 249.
Yes, correct. So that's to respond to the submissions that asked for, I guess, more recognition of the existing businesses that were already in the sub-region, and then conversely also recognising the impacts that may occur and the opportunities potentially for relocation, which was the point that was being made earlier.
Yeah. Okay. Anything on that one?
Yeah, again, it's the kind of, on the one hand, and I understand its response to the submission, enabling, supporting the current industry that does all of that, but then you go to Roman numeral 6, and it says we're seeking to reduce the impact of existing industrial activities. So, you know, on the one hand, this, on the other hand, that. And I guess what I'm saying is, well, where does that really land us? What guidance are we really giving here? On the one hand, we really want to support them. On the other hand, we are concerned about it. I've just got this whole conflict thing going on.
And there is, in some ways, a tension between the additional wording in Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 6. And it really is the tension between economic outcomes and environmental outcomes.
Yes, I would say those first changes are to earlier on in the strategy, so the economic section. The last change in 6 there is to the FDS itself.
Yeah.
So I think the FDS is about where growth should occur and how it should occur, and I think that then draws on the threads from other chapters in the strategy.
So does that indicate that the wording in Roman numeral 6 has got more weight than the wording in Roman numeral 1?
I would say they almost stand separate. I know that there is a potential clash there of concepts, but the idea is that we want existing businesses, we want existing industry, but we want it to not have an impact on people and the environment. And that's a lot of the work that the Regional Council and others are doing at the moment, including Priority 1 of the businesses themselves to, I guess for want of a better word, improve the current situation.
I guess if I could just carry on, the issue that I've raised before is that the FDS is a regulatory instrument, or will be. The smart growth strategy per se is not, only the parts referring to the actual regulatory instruments. And and it may be something to have a few wines over tonight, Nicola and Craig. But I'm just struggling with this, where there's conflict or tension, as you would call it, Chair, between what the strategy is saying with no regulatory teeth versus an FDS with clear regulatory teeth. Anyway, I'm just very conscious that you'll be pleased to know I do have to go at 4. So I'll leave that up in the air and for what it's worth.
All right. This is an interesting discussion. I am very aware of time. Bill, did you have something further?
I was just following on from David's comment, because he actually added some qualification to that Roman numeral 1. And I'm wondering whether it does need something at the end, because you talked about, David, in terms of not creating, and these are my words, not yours, an impact on people or environment or whatever. So I'm just wondering whether there's a bit further thinking around that qualification to think about and come back tomorrow.
You can bring something back tomorrow.
And the thinking about may result in a change, or it may result in a justification of what's here and no change. But I think, so some of the comments that have been made, I think, are suggesting that maybe some further consideration would be good. So that's issue 2. If there's nothing else on issue 2, we can now move to issue 3, Wairake South. So option 3A, keep the status quo. Is there agreement with that? don't include Wairarapa South. Okay,
agree.
which is essentially option 3A, so that's fine. Option 4A, or issue 4, new potential future business area Omakaroa. So option 4A, make no provision for further investigation of business land developments at Apata and confirm Omakaroa as a potential future growth area on map 18.
What I heard is you'd like some amendment to that particular or decision that you may make, which doesn't necessarily preclude Apata as part of those further investigations.
Yeah. So if something's able to be worked up and brought back to us tomorrow reflecting the earlier discussion, I think that would be the best way to take that forward. And then issue 5, Te Puna. This is a reasonably simple one. Do not include Te Puna and retain the status quo. Comfortable with that. And issue 6, Te Puke. Exactly the same. Do not provide for new industrial land in the vicinity of Te Puke. Maintain the status quo. And very similar to other approaches that we've talked about this afternoon, leave any consenting of the existing Te Puke West Zone land to the appropriate processes. So that obviously would be with the council. Bill, yeah.
Clarification. And going back to our previous discussion around a spatial plan for Te Puke, if, for example, as a result of that exercise, there was a desire for more business land, could that then just happen through then the Western Bay planning process as opposed to any need for it to be referenced in Smartgrowth, David?
That's certainly the intent. So when we're looking at, I guess, business land, we set out to look at areas that would provide a sub-regional supply. So areas that were 40 or 50 hectares in size. The most recent zoning change at Te Puke for Washer Road, I think, was only about 4 hectares. 7 hectares, sorry, should get my facts right. So meeting that local need. So the intent is that we still want to see local needs met as opposed to sub-regional needs. So there is the intent to provide for that, should that be an outcome of the Te Puke spatial planning process. Obviously, that's the discussion to have with the community.
All right, thank you. So anything else to cover off on these areas? There's obviously some of this will come back to us tomorrow. Is there anything that anybody wants to raise on any of David's areas or what he's presented? We're good to go? All right, David, thank you very much. And yeah, obviously just some bits to come back to us on tomorrow. Thank you. All right, now looking at the time and looking at time constraints, I'm suggesting that we'll just keep going, and then if people want to have afternoon tea, we can do that at the end. So we've got housing next, and Simone. Simone, thank you, welcome, thank you for joining us. And we've just been working through each of these issues and options papers, taking them as read, highlighting any particular changes, areas of interest, or matters that were particularly raised in submissions.
This is Jodie.
Oh, sorry. This is Jodie. Am I on the right?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, unfortunately, we have the B team here again today. So Simone is the topic lead for housing, and unfortunately, she's not able to be here, but I just want to acknowledge that this is largely her work, and I will endeavour to answer the questions as well as she would have and go through the issues and options paper as well as Simone would have done it.
So my apologies for the confusion with names.
It's absolutely fine. So I just need to quickly share my screen if I can. Just make it a little bit easier to see what the amendments proposed are. And as we're waiting for that to load, you'll have seen, so the issues and options paper can pretty much be taken as read. Yep. There were 8 issues that were identified to be covered from the submissions. Those are incorporate sustainability standards in new homes, inclusionary zoning, intensification, the role of local government, Māori housing, social community housing, strengthening the focus on housing outcomes, and developing the monitoring and reporting framework. So largely from the first 4 issues, we are recommending that the submissions are noted, but there's no direct changes to the strategy proposed. If I just pause there and ask if there are any questions on those 4 issues.
Paula.
Yeah, Jodie, in this morass of paper, somewhere I saw, I think in relation to role of local government, Quayside mentioned.
Yes.
Was that with their knowledge and approval?
Not that I'm aware of. And that is under option, sorry, let me just find that. That is on the next page. Issue 7. You've got option 7A and then number 2 there.
So we might just step through these issues one at a time and
That sounds good, and then I can
recommendations.
Yeah, and
so
I
if
can
we
come
deal
back
with that
to
when
that
we
one.
get to 7. So if we go back to issue 1, you've got one option there, 1A, note the submissions and make no changes. Yeah, and I mean that would be because this isn't really a matter for the smart growth strategy. It's something that would be addressed through other means. Issue 2, inclusionary zoning. The suggestion being that we make no changes to the strategy, work with central government partners. Is there generally a good level of comfort with that approach? John?
It's maybe just because it's late in the day, but just around the wording around working with central government partners and advocating to central government, I just wonder if we can just make that a bit clearer that we're... Oh, good. Yeah, I just wonder if we can make that a bit clearer, because when I read that, it almost sounds like working with central government to advocate.
So what wording change, John, would you want to see?
Well, I mean, happy to take suggestions, Jodie, but I mean, do we the working with central government partners in addition to advocating, something like that? Something easy. I just want to make sure that it's, yeah.
So work with our central government partners and in addition advocate to central government.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, the wording's a little bit cumbersome, but I agree it's a lot clearer, or it removes that opportunity for misunderstanding. Yeah.
That sounds good.
Thank you. So if we make that change there, maintain a watching brief on work that others are doing. Yeah, that makes some sense as well. People generally happy with this approach for 2A. Okay, intensification in existing urban areas. Option 3A. So make no changes.
Yeah, so the recommended option there is to note the submissions, but make no changes to the strategy.
Yeah.
That's in line. Decided.
It is, yeah, absolutely. So I'm assuming that there's comfort with that. Role of local government. So make no changes to the strategy. But then obviously there's commentary around the different roles that different parties play in the housing system and the role that local government plays as well.
Yes.
So comfortable making no changes there. Yep. Māori housing, option 5A. Propose a new housing system growth directive 8.
Yeah, so for this option here, and just by way of demonstration, we've got the initial housing growth directives up on the slide. So you can see the highlighted changes there on the right-hand side. Excellent. And that change is to growth directive 8. Oh, which does not appear to be very clear on there. Sorry, new growth directive 8. which is around the district plans, policies, toolkits and funding programs enable housing for Māori on whenua Māori, and barriers to delivery are actively addressed. So that is the recommended option, to add that growth directive in there.
So, sorry, I'm a little bit confused here. We've got option 5A in the papers. So is it that wording for the new growth directive 8 that we're approving? Yep.
Yes, that's the recommended option.
Yep, that's good. Yep, option 5A. People are comfortable with that? Yep, great. And then issue 6, social and community housing.
So the recommended option here is option 6A, which is a slight change to the growth directive. So you can see that change there on growth directive 6 on the screen. Essentially, we've just added in that central government leads the increase in public housing supply and aligns the typologies of new and existing housing stock to match the needs of the community. So just clarifying where the key ownership for that action or that growth directive sits.
Yep, people are comfortable with that, John.
Thinking about the community housing providers in the sub-region as well, when I read it, and apologies because it's the first time it's sort of popped out at me, that it sort of feels like that's missing from there. So I just wonder if we could add central government and the community housing sector, just to sort of make sure that we're...
Particularly if there was an upcoming policy, and may or may not be, but if there was an upcoming policy change where there was greater reliance on community housing providers and the community housing sector for the provision of community housing in future than perhaps there had been under the old policy settings?
Yes, yeah, that sounds good. So that amendment would then read, central government, together with community housing providers, leads the increase in public housing supply.
I think central government and public housing and community housing providers.
That sounds good.
Yeah, because it may be one or the other. It wouldn't necessarily be totally collaborative.
Mm. So I think it is worth pointing out that community housing providers remain at the mercy of central government policy settings.
Indeed.
Regardless. So.
All right. So, yeah, with that wording change, we would be happy with option 6A. Yep, that's good. And then issue 7, strengthen the focus on housing outcomes in the strategy. So we've got...
so there are a few options, a few sections to option 7A. So I'll step through those one at a time, might be the best way to cover that.
Yep, please do.
So the first one is to update the housing challenge itself. So this is more in the body of the document, so it's not in the growth directives as such, but it's the challenges that are identified that then lead to why these are the housing growth directives. Essentially, this is just to add in a challenge that the changing ethnic diversity in the sub-region requires different housing market responses, for example, multi-generational housing. So that is not on your screen up there. These are the growth directives, and this is to add into the housing challenges that is one page before the growth directives in the draft strategy. So what that would do then is, if we have that identified as a clear housing challenge, that then feeds into some of the updates to these growth directives here, in particular the bottom one, the new growth directive 10, which is there to respond to that housing challenge.
Yep, and that's something that was picked up from previous discussions. And yeah, the explainer, e.g. for multi-generational living, I think makes a lot of sense. Sorry, Paula, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Bill. Would it not, just to reflect what the actual recommendation is there, changing ethnic diversity and demographics?
So in terms of the growth directive that we are proposing would be the new growth directive. It's growth directive number 10 there, which does refer to the needs of an older and more ethnically diverse population. So are you wanting different wording to that, or do you feel that that captures the demographic changes well enough, which we also absolutely need to be responding to?
Got to get home, got to get home. I'll go with you.
Yeah, in the wording that we've got in option 7A, to reflect the growth directive, would it not be good to include older persons as well as ethnic diversity? And then it does reflect?
Yes, I think, and I don't actually have the housing challenges in front of me, but I believe the housing challenges may already address the ageing population, but haven't picked up the change in the ethnic diversity and the increase in that. So that's why it's just recommending that one, but happy to have a look at that.
Yeah, it would be good to pick up both if we could.
Yes, yeah, that sounds good.
All right, so maybe if you can look at some changed wording and bring that one back to us tomorrow. It'll just be a simple once-over checking the new wording.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
So then the next one there is the one that Paula, you were just referring to in relation to the reference to Quayside in there. So essentially this is discussing, and I think this was discussed quite a lot through the workshop, was looking at that kind of local impact investment. So what has happened here is that the exact examples of local impact investment, or possible examples, have been captured in the growth directive. I would recommend not having the actual examples in the growth directive, so removing the reference to both the Housing Equity Fund and the Quayside Holdings, and just discussing the ability to use local impact investment. I think that's just a transcribing issue that the actual examples came through. Right. Probably should not be captured in there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd suggest that wording just needs to tidy up. For example, such as Bay of Plenty Housing Equity Fund or via Quayside Holdings Limited.
Yes, yeah.
So just a bit of a tidy up in that middle sentence there. But the direction there is good.
So through you, Mr. Chair, what I would do is just remove that section that says such as BOP Housing Equity Fund and via Quayside Holdings, for example. I'll just remove that from the new growth directive.
So you would take that out altogether?
Take it out altogether,
okay.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, because they are just examples, yep.
Yes. Yep.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you.
Matilda, you're looking doubtful. You're thinking. Okay. All right. So you're comfortable with taking that wording out then? Yep. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Add a new housing system growth directive 9.
So this new housing growth system directive, we were just discussing that link from the housing challenges through to that new growth directive. So this is the one where we're capturing the demographic changes along with the ethnic diversity and ensuring that our housing system is responding to what that changing population demographics looks like.
Yeah, and that really picks up a lot of the issues that were raised across a number of those submissions, so that's good. And again, older and more ethnically diverse. I think it's important we pick both of those issues up. That's good.
And then the final point there was just in reference, I think there was some discussion regarding the Housing Action Plan from 2020 and just double checking that the actions from that strategy were, I guess, that nothing had been lost. So we have just are suggesting that that is reiterated in a text update that just says the Sub-Regional Housing Systems Plan builds on the previous Smart Growth Housing Action Plan and incorporates strategies that will lead to deliverable actions.
And I mean, potentially there's an issue here, a little bit like the discussion we were having about transport earlier, making sure that all parts of the system are joined up. I don't feel that as Smart Growth we've got a lot of visibility of what's going on within that housing systems plan, or that it's reporting through in a way that is easy to see what's happening or what's not happening. I guess that's not a matter for the strategy, it's a matter for how we deal with implementation and structures for implementation. But I think it's something that does need to be picked up somewhere. So certainly noting the role of the housing systems plan in terms of the strategy is good, but I think that's a hook for a further conversation we need to have probably in a different forum once we get to a point of the strategy being adopted and we look at how we're going to implement and work forward from there. All right, thank you. So that's option 7A that we've worked through. Issue 8 and option 8A.
So the
Making no
final
changes.
issue was in relation to developing a monitoring framework. I think the discussion was that that is, again, something for the more of the implementation side of things. So the recommended option is to make no changes to the strategy. And
Yeah,
just
and,
note
and
that
again,
that
it
needs
becomes
to-
quite operational in terms of what the housing systems plan or the housing action group are reporting on and what their way of working is, what they're monitoring, and what's been reported through. So, yeah. All right. Bill.
I think, Andrew, and just following on from your comments, at some point it would be good to have a discussion and whether we make some recommendations as a panel around the reporting, because some of it I'm not too sure on in terms of what's happening in that space. And I note in terms of the terms of reference, there's no requirement then in terms of the any monitoring and reporting framework from the housing systems planning group. And also I see they report to the senior leaders group, so nothing from memory seems to bubble up to the leadership group.
Yeah, your Bill saying exactly what I'm saying. I mean, the last meeting of that group, as I'm aware, took place maybe in August of last year. So the reason there hasn't been anything reported up probably is because either there hasn't been activity or there hasn't been anything to report up. It may be there's a good reason for that, but unless we've got visibility, it becomes very difficult to know. So yeah, I think this is something that we definitely do need to pick up. John.
I think in all fairness as well, one of the hold-ups has probably been some data and some information coming from central government to actually support the work of the group.
Okay.
So I think we've got to hold our hands up and say that's been on us, and that's certainly not helped.
It sounds to me like this might be the beginning of a bigger conversation we need to have about whether the system as we've been as it's set up is working, or whether we need to make changes, or whether there are just some particular circumstantial issues at the moment that mean that there have been some hold-ups. I think it's something we need to look at. Not quite what the forum for that is. We'd need to decide. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the housing section. Thanks very much indeed for some quite complex issues you've presented there, and obviously some things to come back to us on tomorrow, some things we can just take forward as recommendations. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that brings us to the end of the issues and options papers and the presentations for today. The very last thing on the agenda is for me apparently to confirm the start time for the next day, so that's tomorrow morning at 9:30. My intention tomorrow is that we start at 9:30 and that we conclude by 2 o'clock, and if we're able to get through the work in front of us before 2 o'clock, then we will do so. I'm very aware that there's quite a bit of work has come out of today's sessions that will need to be worked on next or overnight. I mean, it may well be that people have picked some of that up and work's underway already, but I'm very conscious that there are a number of issues where we've asked for further thinking to be done, wording changes, items to be brought back to us. We appreciate that all of that's happening at short notice, and we appreciate the energy that will go into that between now and tomorrow. Was there anything else from panel members that we haven't picked up today that we do want additional information on tomorrow, or that's an area of focus tomorrow that perhaps isn't on the agenda or that needs to be called out, just in terms of any preparation that may be required overnight. Okay, so people are comfortable with where we've got to. Craig, you're happy with everything?
Yes, we'll catch up afterwards about the logistics of getting all these amendments through.
Right.
Yeah, I've arranged for Sean Jones to come tomorrow morning.
Good. Yep.
He's going to be here at around about 10 o'clock, so that's quite good.
Yep, excellent. So that'll allow us to have that transport discussion.
And I'd like to sort of just confirm I've told him what it's about is for him to give an understanding of the work that TSP is doing on delivery and the approach they're taking to that, the planning of the delivery of the transport system and the timing and how that's been done and how that interfaces with Smartgrowth. That's a kind of high level comment I gave to him quite quickly on the phone. Is that the gist of it, or is there a better definition of what you want from him that I can give him a heads up?
My only comment is this is public, it's recorded.
Mm-hmm.
No, it doesn't mean, I'm just, is this part of the meeting?
Yes. Yep, no, we haven't adjourned as yet.
Yeah, so, yeah, make sure that he's made sure that anything he talks about in this public forum is okay to be talked about publicly.
Sure. Okay.
Because there will be others to whom he is, or the body that he represents is accountable, who will be very interested. Just check protocol process.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a good brief for Sean for tomorrow. It's really making sure that we've got a good understanding what all of the different parts of the system are delivering, how they lean on each other, roles and responsibilities, and where the strategy should sit around that to make sure that this actually all works.
Would it be useful to him to talk about the structure of TSP, the governance, the management, the delivery?
I think so.
Sort of everyone's got a kind of heads up on how it works.
TSP 101.
Who is it?
Yeah.
What do they do?
Okay. Yeah.
And I forgot to answer, I've been called a higher office.
No, that's all right. We were on a 4 o'clock deadline. It's now 7 minutes past 4, so we met in the middle. That's fine. All right. So in the absence of anything else, I'll adjourn the meeting until 9:30 tomorrow morning and thank everybody for their input today, and thank you in anticipation of work that's going to be going on between now and 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much indeed.